This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome to Bologna for the final day here in this ECS-W. It's all still to play for as we go into the last two games. Italia Nord have won one, Italia Sud have won one. Who will take home the trophy? It's all still to play for here on the European Cricket Network, and the action starts right now. So we're going into the final day of action here in this ECS-W. There's two games left and the teams are locked in at 1-1. Italia Sud, they won the second game yesterday, putting on 85, just enough to keep away Italia Nord, especially the counterpunch that we saw from Alexia Kontoparakis. She scored some amazing sixes, but it wasn't quite enough as Italia Sud won by 10 runs. In the morning game, though, Italia Sud, again, they were put into bat first and they managed to only put 60 runs on the board. And it was down to Kumadou Pedrick, the experienced campaigner for Italy, who managed to get the Italia Nord team over the line. But there's still 2 games today. It's anyone's guess who will win this one. There's a trophy on the line, there's national pride on the line, and getting one over on your friends and teammates. So before we talk about game 3 today, let's go out into the middle to Charles for the coin toss.
Thanks very much, Tina. We've got Italy North with Italy South to call. Tails is the call, and it's a tail. Italy South have won the toss, and they're going to bowl.
Thank you very much, Charles, and a big warm welcome to you all tuning in here on the European Cricket Network for this match 3 of the ECS-W in Italy. I'm happy to say that, well, the sun was out earlier. It's peeped behind the clouds, but it's dry, and that's about all we can hope for this week in Bologna. And for the first time, Italia Sud, they won the toss and they decided to field, and you can see yesterday, well, it went 1 apiece as Italia Sud, they were put into bat first in that game number 1. Only managed 60 runs on the board thanks to a 28 from Delisha, probably a bit too slow for her liking though. And in response, Italia Nord, well, they took their time, but they were able to chase down the modest total with 5 balls to spare, thanks to Kumadu Pedrick, who whacked 29 off 15 to see her side over the line. But then in match 2, it was a similar story. Nord won the toss. They put Sud into bat. This time, though, they managed 25 runs more, 85 on the board. In most part thanks to the explosive batting of Amanda Potgieter. She scored 39 not out, finishing the innings with a flourish and a big 6. And in response, Italia Nord fell just short of the total, despite some big hitting from Alexia Kontoparakis. So there we have it at the halfway stage with 2 matches still to play. We're locked at 1-1. Let's keep an eye on the points because there are bonus points up for grabs. And if after 4 games the wins are level, we will go to bonus points. And if it's level on bonus points, we'll have to get our calculators out and go to net run rate. I'm sure there's people more clever than I that are waiting in the wings to help us out with those calculations. But both of these sides will want to win both of the games today to make it a clear 3-1 victory. Daniela Scalia has come in for the Nord side, and for Italia Sud, Kavisha and Nwangi. We've seen both of them already in this series, but they will be playing in this morning's game. And for the first time, actually, Italia Sud, they won the toss, called correctly, and they will have a field. So actually, it'll be the first time that we see Italia Nord with the bat having to put runs on the board in this 3rd of 4 matches on this Easter Sunday as well. Happy Easter to everyone who celebrates. I hope wherever you are in the world, you're having a lovely morning, and well, we're due for a good morning as well, as the wind predictor. It's in the favour of Italia Sud, but I think it's all to play for here, as we haven't seen Sud with the ball in hand first up. And Italia Nord, meanwhile, they've got a few big hitters themselves, not more so than Alexia Kontoparakis, who's not out there at the moment. But I'm sure we will see her sooner rather than later, and what display of hitting we saw from her yesterday. The game, that match 2, was more or less dead and buried. We thought Italia Sud might even win with a bonus point. The bonus point margin was 62. It was, of course, 86 for the win. And Alexia came in, scored 30 off 14. In the end, Nord were only 10 runs short. And that was mostly down to her big hitting. She hit Amanda Potgieter for 3 sixes in a row in the 9th over, which went for 22. Which meant that they went into the final over still needing a big 18, only managed 8. But it was a sign of maybe the firepower that Italia Nord have in their batting lineup. But will be the openers that we saw yesterday out there in the middle for Nord. And that is Emma Moore at the striker's end, and Sadali here at the non-strikers as we go into the first ball. And with the ball in hand is Chatarika Mamalaga, who, well, she's opened the bowling a few times now for the Sud side. But she also opens the bowling quite regularly for the full national side. Starts off steadily here with 2 dot balls. And it's no wonder she opens the bowling for Italy, because she just gets steady lines. There's not much pace on the ball at all, but I think that's one of her big skills. She can get a bit of lateral movement, and she also picks up a lot of handy wickets. In fact, she's the highest wicket taker for the Italian national side in T20Is. That one's cut away, and it will be the first runs off the bat of Emma Moore. 29 wickets Chatu has for Italy. Her best coming against Germany last year, 4 for 17. And she's also pretty handy with the bat. She didn't quite get going yesterday. She came in at number 3 and just never really found her stride, hit 6 for 18 before she was dismissed. But her high score for Italy in T20s is 53 not out, and that came against Sweden in 2023, but she's got the task with ball in hand here. That's a big hit straight away from Sadly, and it's going to drop short of the fielder there, Nimesha. And that was almost an action replay, actually, of what we saw yesterday, as Sadly went for the big hit on the first delivery and only picked out Amanda here in front of me at long on. This time, though, just chips it a bit wider, and it falls short of Nimesha. Sadly is able to get herself off a pair, gets herself to the non-striker's end. This one just works away from Emma. Might even think about 2 here. They will come back for the second. It's a long chase for Luana Sims. A good throw in, but not before both batters make it home. And that's maybe something that we saw throughout yesterday, that the ground fielding, once the ball is in hand, the throws come in incredibly quickly, and the fielding by the keeper behind the stumps or the bowler is usually pretty tidy on that case. Not quite the best example from Methnara behind the stumps, but she's such a brilliant keeper as well. Final ball of the first. This one's chipped up in the air, and it's a chance for Amanda, who's underneath it. She should take the catch, and she does so comfortably. And that is the end of Emma Moore. She falls in the final ball of the first over as Chatu picks up her first wicket of the day. And a big high five there for Chatu. And an even bigger high five for Amanda, as Nethmi, the exuberance of youth. She's enjoying her time here. This one hit well by Emma, but a bit too high and not long enough. And if there's one person you want underneath that, it's Amanda. Safe pair of hands. The experienced campaigner from South Africa. So at the end of the first over, Italia Nord 4 for 1 as Emma Moore departs. And that brings to the crease Kumadou Pedrick, who was, well, pretty much the match winner yesterday for Italia Nord. As we take a look at the stats, of course, just the 2 matches played. But we can say, and I think, well, I don't want to pat myself on the back too hard, but I did say that a par score is probably around 70 to 75, and that's exactly what the run rate suggests there. Interesting that we maybe thought there'd be more 4s than Maximos on this field that has certainly dried up from the ECS earlier in the week. But, of course, these women know how to hit a ball, and hit a ball hard and long, and they've done so on 15 occasions, and 14 occasions it's found the rope along the ground. Been quite a few wickets to fall, actually. 16 wickets in the 2 games. And, well, the first wicket has fallen already in this match number 3. Second over, it looks like it will be Nimesha to bowl it. Just getting a bit of guidance from the very experienced Elisha, who's skippering the Zood side. Pasindi is captain for Nord. I'm sure we'll see her later with the ball in hand. Sadly will be on strike. That was a brilliant delivery first up from Nimesha. Just goes straight through the batter all the way through to the keeper Methnara. Methnara didn't have the best of days yesterday, especially for her extremely high standards. Oh, that was so close to the stumps, wasn't it? Almost too good. It just tailed away. If it carried on its trajectory, it would have hit the middle of middle. Yeah, Methnara, she was run out in that first game without facing a ball. It was a brilliant piece of fielding by Amaya on the 45 to run out probably the most dangerous batter for Italy, both on the national level and, of course, here for Italia Zood. And then in the second game, Methnara only managed 4 runs before she was dismissed by Pasindi, caught by Emma Moore. That was a brilliant sliding catch. Mid-off, this one slashed away into the covers, will plug and just roll. The fielding's done there. They will run through for 2. It's going to be a tight 2 and a direct hit would have been close. The only thing that's a direct hit though is right onto the shoulder of Kumadu. We'll just have to give it a rub. It's not the warmest on this Sunday morning. That certainly will have warmed Kumadu's shoulder up. So it was Nethmi who did the fielding out there, launched it in. And see here on the replay, Kumadu making sure she gets back in. And crash. I think she's made of stern stuff. I'm sure she'll be absolutely fine to carry on. Well, the magic spray. Again, the magic spray is so magic. It goes through multiple layers of clothing, and of course the rub also helps. There's no science behind it, it's just pure feeling. I hope Kumadu's feeling better after the spray. I think I'd rather have a warm cup of cocoa this morning. It's not the warmest, but given the weather we've had this week, you won't hear me complaining. This one's slashed away to the leg side. The chase is on, but no one's going to catch up with that ball. So that's the first 4 off the bat of Sadly. The first 4 actually of the innings for the Nord side. A bit too short on that occasion by Nimesha. And Sadly just rocks back and hits it away. Of course, we're still in the power play, so only 2 fielders are allowed outside of the ring. And Zood have opted for the long on here in front of the igloo, where Amanda took the catch at the end of the previous over. And now the second fielder has been set back to long off, so that leg side is still open. It's a repeated trick here as it's getting too short. And sadly, I think she loves rocking back. She's got long levers, quite a tall player. And just sits back and hits that firmly over the leg side. Don't think Zood quite have their field right here. If Nimesha's going to bowl this short, then they need someone back, and they are now going to send a fielder back in the form of Chatu, who will now be patrolling the leg side boundary. Delisha's brought herself in from long off to mid off. This one again, it's a bit of chasing the ball around the field here for Zood, but that was a good hand stuck out by Delisha to stop what might have otherwise been a boundary. This time it was hit firmly on the offside. Delisha just stuck out her hand in time to stop the momentum of that ball. It's still a good over though for Italia Nord. There's 11 runs come off it at the end of the second. It's 15 for 1. And a very good morning to everyone joining in the chat. It's nice to see Vinny there. I'm sure he's watching from afar, loving what he's seeing both here and in France. And he makes a good point as well. You see the standings there. It's locked at 1-1 here. I know the France-Sweden internationals are locked at 2-2. So there's everything still to play for on this Easter Sunday. Chatu comes back for her second over and they run through a single on the first. It's great to see Dave back in the chat. I hope you're well over in France. Rob Thompson over in the southern hemisphere. Obviously, good evening to you, Rob. Ronnie's in there, Johnny's in there. Hope you're all well. Hope the sun is shining down wherever you are in the world. There's a bit of chat about the Jersey series coming up as well. I'll be missing out on that one, but I was playing there a couple of years ago. And they have a beautiful main pitch where you have the classic bowl and the clubhouse on top. So a nice little downhill walk to the pitch, similar to Cartimer actually. Not quite always the same weather. I do remember when I played in Jersey, it was the windiest place on earth, bar none. Big appeal here, but I think it's a bit too high, a bit too wide, especially for the tall Sadly. If that hits her anything above the knee roll, I think she's safe. Let's take a look at this one again. Yeah, just going down leg side. So I hope for the Liberation Series that's happening in Jersey in just a few weeks' time. I know there'll be women's and men's games there, that you get some good weather. chipped up in the air, will land safe though. We haven't, of course, been blessed with the best of weather this week in Bologna. In fact, we've been a bit unlucky on the whole network, haven't we, the whole year. Kartama for the ECL was, of course, slightly damp, but hopefully that's it for the year. And that's going to go all the way and then some, as Sadali hits her first maximo of the innings, and well, that would have been a boundary on any field. Could have put the rope back another 10 meters and she would have cleared them. That was just a lovely swing of the bat into the covers. So it's a spot the ball game, white on white, but 6 runs. And Italian Nord, despite losing that early wicket, it was in fact Kumadu who hit that 6. Doesn't surprise me given the power she displayed yesterday. So it's been a decent start for Italian Nord. 1 ball left of the power play. This time Kumadu goes again, only manages to chip it up in the air, and it's dropped by Chatu, and then she has the second chance on the run out, misses that as well. And there's a double life there for Kumadu, as he would have put good money on Chatu catching that one. Of course, it wasn't the easiest, as she had to turn around from her follow through and try and catch the ball over her shoulder. Gets both hands to it, just pops out, and then turns and throws at the stumps. Had she hit the stumps there, it would have also been out. Kumadu leans over, counts her lucky stars as she lives to fight another over. So at the end of the power play, an action-packed over to finish it off. Italian Nord on 25 for 1. Slow-ish start after that first over from Chatu, only went for 4. But a good couple of overs from Nord, 11 off the second and 10 off the third. And importantly as well, no further wicket loss despite a couple of chances, and that was more than a chance, that was a double chance, and really for a player of Chatu's ability and experience should have been taken. So looks like the 4th over will be bowled by Amanda Potcuter, known as Steamer. Leading run scorer in the series so far. She's also impressed with the ball. 61 runs she's got with the bat, including that 39 not out to put her side in the driving seat yesterday with 85 runs on the board. She's also picked up a wicket and bowled a full allocation, so 4 overs under her belt. That's well bowled. Amanda, she's usually based over in England. I've played with her, had the pleasure of playing with her for the MCC. She's currently over in Italy for a couple of years, spending her time in Rome, worse places to spend a few years. And I know she's really enjoyed getting involved with Italian cricket here. Of course, as soon as you have someone willing and able who says, oh, you know, I could help out a couple of days. Suddenly now she's in the thick of it. She's bowling, she's batting, she's managing, doing a bit of coaching as well. But I know Steamer gives 100% to everything she does, and she's a great asset to Italian cricket. Great asset to the Italia Zood side as well, with her batting and bowling. Vinny asking me what I'll do with my week off before I start again in Malta. Well, I'll be back. I'm leaving for the airport at 4 AM tomorrow morning, which felt like a good idea at the time to get home for Easter Monday. I thought I'd be able to spend some time with my partner, but I think I'll probably spend time napping on the sofa. And I've got a normal week for once. I've got football training, but then my parents are coming to visit on Thursday, so I'll be entertaining them for a few days, playing a football match on Sunday, and then jumping on a flight to Malta. So no rest for the wicked, but that's exactly the way I like it. And hopefully the weather in Hamburg will be good enough when I get back. I heard it was beautiful, and I was a bit sick of seeing the sight of the sun, both in Germany and the UK, as it was pouring with rain here in Bologna. But the blue skies are looking like they're peeping out. You can just about see in the background there, certainly not menacing clouds. It looks like we'll be able to get 2 full games in today as we take a look at the run rate. 25 for 1 off 4 overs. Nord will certainly be looking to get that par score and then some. 72 is par. If they can get up to 80, they'd back themselves to try to defend that. So yeah, looking forward to a few days at home, and then of course looking forward even more to the next series over in Malta, where Rico will be joining me again. He is, of course, over in Dra, probably round about now, getting to the pitch after he got on the commentator private jet last night to get over there to say hello to Danny Hudacek, who's on the mic there. Did a great job by himself yesterday, and Rico will be joining him to talk you through the international action there, and of course then the ECS going into next week. We go into the 5th over here. Tashani will bowl it. She's in fact the leading wicket taker of this tournament. It's always a bit weird to talk about leading wicket takers, run scorers when we've only had 2 games, but she's the only one who's picked up more than 1 wicket. She's just bowled the 2 overs, but picked up 2 wickets for 14 runs. So gets given the nod here in the 5th. That's a vicious bouncer from nowhere there as Tashani, the left armer, doesn't get too much pace on it, but enough there to almost bounce Sadly, who herself is not the shortest player. This time, a bit of a low full toss. Just managed to get through for the 1. Interestingly, despite this pretty solid start for Italian Nord, the win predictor has Zood up at 65%. Maybe that's just because of the firepower that Zood do have in their batting ranks. Of course, Amanda, the leading run scorer, displayed that yesterday. Methnara, she's surely due to come good in an innings sooner rather than later, as that one runs away. It'll be wides, a lesser spotted wide actually, as they run through for the extra. Methnara there, pretty unsighted. Not much he could have done about that one. They just jog through. Will be the extra run, the extra ball. Still a bit wet out there. You can see Tashani's working on the ball with the cloth, just a bit of morning dew. There's been no rain around since we had that day completely washed out a couple of days ago. It's a big appeal here. This one could be tie, and the umpire does give it. That's the 2nd wicket to fall, and it's the dangerous Sadly, the opening batter, who has to go for 15 off 14 deliveries. And Tashani, well, she proves why she is the leading wicket taker in this tournament. Picks up her 3rd wicket of the series and her 1st of the day. As Sadly here just probably playing across the line, steps right across it, is looking to work it to leg, but only is greeted by the finger of doom. But it's good to see high fives. I'm not sure I'd be too keen on a high five if the bowler has just got me out, but it's good to see that these players, who are mostly actually teammates for the Italian side, are having fun out there. And, well, Sadly is a better person than I am. It's all good though. I'm sure they're watching this and just seeing it all as good experience. They don't get too many opportunities to play together or play against each other as a side. They're making the most of every single chance out there. Seem to be having a great time as well. And it's also great to see some of the young players coming through and making the most of their opportunity. I'm sure they will be eyeing up some of those national team spots for the future. Nethmi, the player who's just been moved around the field here into the leg side. She herself, only a teenager, 16 years old, full of energy. She's certainly one to look out for Italy. It's Alexia Kontoparakis, the new batter. And that first delivery, she just works away to the leg, to the offside, but we know how explosive she can be. She almost wrestled her side back into the game single-handedly in that run chase of 86 runs in the 2nd game. We thought Italian Nord were dead and buried. Alexia came in, batting number 5, scored 30 off 14. Wasn't quite enough, but showed exactly what she can do. That's the end of the 5th over, end of the halfway stage. 30-2 is the score as I welcome you into the commentary igloo for the first time this morning. And well, I hope wherever you are, and if you are celebrating, you're having a lovely Easter Sunday. And we've got Easter treats in store for you today. Of course, we've got the series deciders here. 2 games left, and well, whatever happens in this game, it is going to go to the final game this afternoon, and who's going to take that trophy home. And it's not only all happening here, it's happening over the border in France, where Danny Hudacek and Rico are taking you through the action there. Well, I know they had a first day which was full of twists and turns, and well, wins for either side as well. So it's 2-2 there, it's 1-1 here. We like to treat you on this Easter Sunday. Delisha's come on for her first ball of the day. The Zood captain has a wealth of experience, both with bat and ball for the national side. And of course, we saw her last year taking part in the Meltle Shield, the victorious European side, as they claimed the continental bragging rights against the British and Irish 11 in what was then the 2-team format of the Meltle Shield. Rumour has it that it's going to be expanded this year to mirror the newly established format that we saw and that we loved so much in the Western Shield at the Cartama Oval just a few weeks or months ago now, wasn't it? Time flies. But I know the plans are in the works to have the similar structure for the Meltle Shield. There's a chance here for a stumping, and by my eye, I'm the wrong side and the wrong angle, but I think Kumadu might be in trouble here. Methnara, I'm not entirely convinced. Let's take a look. Oh, and I think that's just about going to be out. You can see the bails get dislodged. Oh, that's one of those judgment calls. Are the bails in the air? I mean, that one, I'd say the bails are still on. We go next frame. I think the bails are off there, and I think that might be the end of Kumadu. Then the next frame, I think her bat is down. The bails are certainly off. So it's one of these ones, the metaphysical question of what is a bail and when is it dislodged. That's brilliant camera work there from our friends at Two Circles. They've done all they can now. It's down to the match referee to cast his judgment. I wouldn't like to be in his position because, well, you can see how quickly Kumadu's trying to put the bat down that it goes blurry. There, the bails are certainly dislodged, and there, I think her bat is in the air. Again, I'm not paid to make these decisions. I think maybe the next one, her bat is on the ground, and it looks like it has gone in favour of Kumadu. So I think probably say the evidence there is inconclusive. It's a bit of a difficult one because Kumadu's bat actually bounces as well, and Methnara, well, maybe she needed to go up with a bit more enthusiasm because, well, we're all human, and sometimes we just go on the reaction of the players, and Methnara certainly didn't seem to be convinced. I think it was probably closer than she thought. But Kumadu is still out there and hits the next ball firmly into the leg side. We've got an early random question from Alter Ego. What is your favourite kind of Easter egg? Oh, it's early for food chat, but because it's Easter Sunday, I think we'll oblige as that one gets flashed in by Delisha. A direct hit would have been curtains for Alexia, but it was a difficult one to follow through, pick up the ball, turn and throw. She did all the first bits right, just didn't quite get the accuracy on the throw. Alexia wouldn't have even been in the frame. I think my favourite Easter eggs as we go to the end of the 6:34 for 2. I am a mini eggs fiend. I don't know if you can get that in all your parts of the world, but it's one of the main Easter treats in England. Unfortunately not in Germany, so I do have to smuggle the mini eggs into Germany whenever I can. They're like little crispy chocolate covered in a candy shell. But when I was younger, you used to get those Easter eggs. Again, I don't know if it's the same in all parts of the world, where you had a chocolate Easter egg and it came with a mug. So you had a dairy milk mug or a Kit Kat mug, and they were always the kind of mugs that just stayed in your cupboard for years and years and years. They became your favourite mugs. But they don't really do that anymore. As this one gets chipped in the air, it might be a chance, and it's a brilliant take from Amanda Potgieter as she goes full horizontal to take that catch, and she's absolutely mobbed by her teammates because not only was it a brilliant catch, but it was a big wicket to take, as that marks the end of Alexia Kontoparakis, the batter who scored so many explosive sixes yesterday. She falls for 3 off 4 deliveries, and it's thanks to an outstanding piece of bowling and fielding from Amanda, as it was a good delivery. It just squared Lexia up, and the diving full frontal superhero lunge from Amanda. Bit sheepish in her celebration. I think she probably didn't realise just how good that catch was. When she sees it on replay, I think she'll be pretty happy with herself, as Alexia has to depart. It just squared the batter up here, just tailed away, and that was full on superhero mode from Amanda. Big smiles all round. What a performer she is, and you can see how much her teammates love that one as well. As Italian Nord lose their 3rd wicket, 34 for 3, and Pasindi, the skipper of the Nord side, is the next in to bat. And suddenly things have just slowed up a bit for Nord, as take another look at this wicket, and boy is it worth taking a look at. To have the athleticism to turn 90 degrees and fly away to your left is a brilliant effort from Amanda, and that's a brilliant delivery as well. As there's a bit of confusion here, they will run through for 1, and Kumadu did well to even edge that. As again, there's a few areas of the pitch that just bounce and really spit up, and Kumadu, I'm not sure if that was an intentional shot in the end, but did well to guide it and manages to scamper through for a run. I got very sidetracked from Easter egg chat, but the catch from Amanda is enough to pull us back to the cricket action. But if you are celebrating Easter today, I hope you've had a nice little Easter egg hunt. You've got your feet up, tucking into some breakfast chocolate, as is of course acceptable on Easter, and tucking into this cricket action we have for you live from Bologna. In just about an hour's time, of course, we'll have the action live from France. So there is absolutely no reason for you to leave the comfort of your sofa today. I know it's been a wild weekend for sport. We've also had F1, there's football, there's cricket over in England, there's IPL. Bang. That is a big hit. Probably the biggest we've seen so far this weekend, and it comes off the bat of Kumadu there, who just pivots on that and even gets a round of applause from Amanda, as that was quite some hit by the experienced Italian international. And it was a good release shot as well, because since the start of the 4th over, there have been no boundaries and a couple of wickets to fall as well, as we do take a look at the final day of action over in Dreux, at least as far as the ECIs are concerned. It's 2-2 as we go into the final 3 matches of the day. So it does mean we can't have a draw, as we could potentially have here. So they're not punished with having to work out the net run rate. But France versus Sweden, 3 ECIs coming your way, and it'll be Danny Hudacek and Rico Fall, who has flown in over from Bologna to Paris and across to Dreux to take you through that action. Make sure you load up your second screen, because you don't want to take your eyes off this one as well, as it is shaping up to be another intriguing run chase. 42 on the board so far, 3 overs left. Kumadu is out there on 18. She's at the non-strikers. It's Pasindi on strike now as Tashani comes back for her second over. Again, just pulling it a tad short, and that allows Pasindi to play her favoured shot, which is just working her way to the leg side. On that occasion, Luana Sims a bit slow on the pickup, doesn't manage to get a hold of it cleanly, so Pasindi is able to scamper through for 2. I'm just having a little discussion here. I think Luana Sims actually hurt herself, maybe jarred her knee. Yeah, certainly doesn't look good for her. And that might explain why she went pretty slowly to the ball. As yeah, it's clearly done something. And she looks to be in a fair bit of discomfort there, as we will have some assistants coming on to the pitch. They do manage to run through for 2. So it's 45 for 3 on the board. 2 balls into the 8th as we take a look at what's coming up in 2025. And well, it's all action. If you look at just May alone, there's 4 series. I already mentioned Jersey, but we're going over to Sweden. I'm looking forward to being involved in that one. Estonia and Romania. It's a bit of Eastern European action to end May. And then Hornchurch, I know they're a bit of a Marmite team. You love or you hate them, and they always provide brilliant action. Of course, they were over in the ECL in Khartoum just a few weeks ago, but they'll be playing host at the start of June. I'm very much looking forward to some classic East London hospitality. And another one that's just been added to the calendar, you might have noticed that for the past few weeks we've had a TBA over on the 18th of August, but it has now been filled in. And I'm incredibly excited that it will be an ECS in Kiel in Germany, so only about an hour down the road from where I live, so maybe I'll commute in every day, or maybe I'll just enjoy the beautiful northern German port. And I know we haven't been there for a few years, but they're great hosts. They have a beautiful field right along tree lines, and there's a horse stables there on the one side as well. It's a beautiful part of the world. I'm looking forward to going there. But of course, we also have Krefeld in Germany coming up in the middle of July. Probably not quite as beautiful as Kiel as far as the city goes, but it's in the classic industrial part of Germany. But it's a great facility. It's the National Performance Center for Germany, and well, it's great to see Germany on the map twice in 2 months. It saves me travelling. And of course, then we've got the Meltor Shield in mid-September, and as I teased as well, it looks like that's going to be bigger and better than ever. We saw Methnara and Delisha featuring for the European side last year. I'm sure they and a few other players out there at the moment will also want to feature in that Meltor Shield, because it will be a huge festival of cricket, and it will carry on at the same time, in fact, as the Western Shield. So those events will be overlapping. So we'll have the best players from the men's side and the best players from the women's game all over in Khartoum. So if there's one date to mark in your diaries, I think it probably would be the 15th of September, and then why don't you come over and stay for the European Cricket Championship as well, the ECC, the flagship event. And I know that the draw's been done quite recently for that, and a lot of the teams, Portugal, who we spoke to last week or a couple of weeks ago in Portugal, looking forward to that. And Tashani will carry on with her over now. That one's flashed away to the leg side. So the word on Luana Sims is that she already had a bit of a pre-existing ACL injury, and maybe just tweaked something as she was running for that ball. She's now on the side of the pitch. Still looks in a bit of pain, but there's coaches there with her, so wish her the best, and hopefully she's back on her feet sooner rather than later. In the meantime, it's Novia Tandon who's come on as the 12th for Italia Sud, as Luana Sims will sit out this one. And, well, I'm no doctor, but I think that might be her done for the day, as this one goes high and long and mighty. Kumadu Pedrick, she's not the tallest player in the world, but boy, does she get some power into her shots. And that's another Maximo to take her side past the 50 mark. It's now 52 for 3. Still 1 ball left of the 8th. Again, one of the biggest hits we've seen. She's kind of a bit of a pocket rocket. Doesn't look like she's going to hit the ball hard. Doesn't have much of a wind-up, and then suddenly bang, and it goes. And she's moved to 24 now off just 17 deliveries. More traditional forward defensive on that occasion to get us to the end of the 8th over. So it's 52 for 3 at the end of the 8th. Kumadu, she knows when to go after them. She knows when to respect the good delivery. So that Tashani over goes for 9 runs. She finishes on 14 runs, 1 wicket of her 2 overs. Cements her place at the top of the wicket takers, as she's now picked up 3 in 3 games. In fact, she didn't bowl in the 1 game, so 3 in 2. As you can see, the run rate for Italia Nord has been steady. We saw yesterday that Italia Sud put 60 on the board in that first game. That wasn't enough to defend, and then they put on 85 in the second, and that was a strong enough total to fend off the charge led by Alexia Kontoparakis for the Nord side. So 52 for 3 at the moment. You'd think Italia Nord would certainly want to get beyond 60, 65. If they can get up to 70, then suddenly this game is right in the balance. At the moment, Italia Sud have the win predictor on their side. This one goes high up in the air. It's going to be a difficult chance, and it pops out of the hands of Nimesha, who called for it. It was off her own bowling. She took on the responsibility to take the catch. Nethmi was lurking there on the leg side, but I think it was the right call actually for Nimesha to take it. But it was a similar one to earlier in the innings with Chatu, where it's difficult as a bowler to turn and run and try and catch that one back over your shoulder. And as was the case with that previous half chance, this one does pop out the bowler's hands. She comes back with a good response. Kumadu, you know exactly what she's trying to do. She's trying to now just plonk that one into the neighbouring potato fields. She's winding up. On that occasion, though, it's just that little bouncy spot that gets hit again, and it gets a bit too big on Kumadu. Again, another great delivery from Nimesha. Kumadu here just needs to find a release shot to try and get her team up to 60 or 70. That time, though, just 0 bounce on that ball. As you can see, Kumadu Pedrick was dancing down the pitch. She was eyeing this one up and saw it just die on her shins. She managed to actually get her bat down on it. I don't think it would have hit the stumps. But that was certainly not what Kumadu wanted. You could see she was ready to go, and Methnara shares a little smile with her, as maybe Nimesha got away with that one as Kumadu tries to go for the big shot. She'll go again. This time, though, she gets clean bowled by Nimesha, who gives her finger a little twirl and gets a big old hug from her teammate Nwangi, as Kumadu, well, she needed a release after she faced 3 dot balls in a row. That's not quite the release she was after, as it goes flying into her middle stump. But it was a brilliant delivery actually from Nimesha, wasn't it? Just pitched on off stump and tailed in a little, and Kumadu went for the big shot, only managed to swish at thin air. And Nimesha picks up the wicket. It's the 4th wicket to fall for Italia Nord, as they fall to 53 for 4 with 1 ball left of the 9th. Worth taking another look at this delivery. Pitch is actually outside off stump and just jags in. And yeah, there goes the disco finger twirl, and a little twirl in the air as well. It was a brilliant delivery to end the, well, still 1 ball left actually of the 9th over. Sonia Tofoletto will face it, but to end the innings of Kumadu Pedrick. Still a good effort from her. 24 runs off 22 balls. Didn't score a single four, but managed 3 big sixes to get her side up to, well, we've said par 72. So unless they can go big in this last 7 balls, probably still will be below par. But they'll be dying to defend this total. And you know they'll do everything. They've got a few good bowlers at their disposal. Pasindi still out there. She'll certainly be seen with ball in hand. Of course, they've got Kumadu, who's a wily customer with ball in hand, and Sadly as well. So they're by no means out of this as they get to the end of the 9th, 54 for 4. I'm guessing Delisha will come back to finish off for her side here. Again, Italia Zood have only used the 5 bowlers. And if I was being super critical, I would say, well, those 5 bowlers are all national team bowlers. And if one of the aims of this weekend was to try out new players, put maybe a few young uns under a bit of pressure, then putting them on to bowl would be the perfect opportunity for that. But it will be just the 5 that are used by Italia Zood and the experienced head of Delisha to see her side through the final 6 deliveries. There's a big appeal here. And actually the fielder's appealed to the wrong side because it's the left-hander, so the umpire is on the other side of the pitch, and it's Sonia who dances down the pitch, and well, it's a comfortable decision there for the umpire. Doesn't even need to go to the TV replay. The finger of doom is raised, and well, you can see what Sonia was trying to do. It's the final over, pretty much nothing to lose apart from your wicket, and that is exactly what happened as she departs for 1 off 2. That's the 5th wicket to fall. 54 for 5. Goes dancing down the pitch, just doesn't quite get ahead in the right position and has to depart. And that's exactly what Methnara was saying. They were appealing to the wrong side. Obviously the left-hander is in play, and well, I think that's the jet that Rico went on yesterday. A nice little private jet there. Takes the commentators from A to B. It's either the private jet or Ryanair. And you can see, well, going through the cloudy skies here, there's a few pockets of blue about though. And for now, things are staying dry, but they're heating up out here in the middle as Delisha picks up a wicket with her first ball of the final over. Nalini is the new batter. This one just gets a bit big on Nalini again, as she does manage to work it away to the leg side. Does her job to get Pasindi on strike, the more experienced batter, who, well, more or less has license here to swing and swing hard, see if she can clear the rope. We know she's capable of it. She managed a few big hits yesterday. She's got long levers. She lines up her bat every time as if she's wielding a sword. All the 5s, 55 for 5. And there's big appeal there. Not out, called by the umpire, and they might consider overthrows here. They do run back for 2. Goes into the non-striker's end, and Amanda then mops up on the second time of asking on the overthrows. Oh, I think that was close actually. A big appeal from Delisha. As well, the appeal wasn't a very big one, but this one looks pretty close to me, unless she hits it, but maybe a bit of height. I mean, Pasindi is a tall batter, but hits her on the back leg. Delisha's not bowling with much pace. Ooh, it's tight, isn't it? What do you reckon? Let me know in the chat. Out, not out. It was not out, called on the field, and that is, of course, the decision we'll go with. But maybe just, again, it wasn't a huge appeal. Methnara, the keeper, didn't go up that much. Delisha certainly was interested. And again, we have a chance for stumping here. This time the umpire back on the right side of the field. Everyone spotted him on this occasion, as Methnara does a good work behind the gloves, behind the stumps with her gloves, but this time a big swing and a plonk of the bat back behind the crease, and Pasindi misses the ball but manages to keep her wicket. It's been a great final over from Delisha so far. 3 runs coming off it and a wicket. So we go into the final ball, Italia Nord certainly a below par score here, 57 for 5. Can they push it into the 60s on this final delivery? No, they cannot, but they can push the wickets from 5 to 6 as Delisha just lofts one up, teases Pasindi, who doesn't manage to get anywhere near it. Methnara takes it comfortably and does the rest. She whips the bails off, and that will be the 6th wicket to fall for Italia Nord, 57 for 6. Pasindi here goes for a big old walk. Methnara says thank you very much. Umpire puts up the finger. You can see why she went for that one. Big hugs all round. I wish I got a hug every time I lost my wicket. Usually people just stare at me. 57 for 6 at the end of the 10th for Italia Nord. And well, it was a good toss to win for Italia Zud, wasn't it? The first toss they've won. They put Nord into bat. They said, okay, how do you like it trying to put runs on the board? And, well, they didn't like it too much, did they? As they never really got going. Emma Moore, she holed out early on in the piece to the safest hands in the West. Amanda Potgieter, she's not going to drop that one. That was the first wicket to fall, but sadly stuck around. And there was a nice little partnership going on between her and Kumadu. It was worth 24. There was a few big hits. One of them was onto the arm of Kumadu as the magic spray came out. It broke through the layers of clothing and the good old rub. Kumadu was good as new. And certainly, well, she was a woman reborn as she then started to find the rope. That was sadly hitting a 4. She scored 2 on her way to 15. And Kumadu, well, she didn't even bother dealing with 4s. She just worked in 6s, 3 6s on the way to her top scoring for her side with 24, and that was probably the biggest of the lot. A big bash over into the covers. And the next one, well, that was the LBW that marked the end of, sadly, the finger of doom put up as Tashani picked up her 3rd wicket of the tournament, gave, sadly, a high five for her efforts. Lexia Kontaparakis, who was the star of the show yesterday with bat, survived that appeal, but then didn't survive this superhero dive from Amanda Potgieter off her own bowling. An early contender for play of the day there from the opening, well, the bowler and batter for Italia Zud. Pasindi, the captain, then came in, and she stuck around for a while with Sonia Toffoletto, but it's Kumadu Pedrick who scored 3 big 6s first, but was spelled at the end by Himeisha. She departed for 24. Then, well, the innings just petered out a bit as Methnara got in on the action with the gloves, taking 2 stumpings to see off Pasindi and Sonia. So it was a better day behind the stumps for Methnara. Didn't manage to get any balls in her grill, managed to get them nicely into her gloves. That was the one that marked the end of the innings. And it's hugs all round. They're all teammates at the end of the day. And Delisha maybe just apologising to the skipper of the other side for getting her wicket. But that's why we're here. That's why they're all practicing to try and get more competitive and get wickets of rivals in the future as we take a look at the batting scorecard. And, well, Kumadu was really the only one that put up a large amount of resistance. The partnership between her and Sadly was what at least set the foundation for Italia Nord. But it was a brilliant bowling performance all round. Just the 2 wides coming off 10 overs. It's not too often we see that in any ECSs, male or female. That's thanks to these 5 bowlers. As I said, I would like to see some of the less experienced bowlers have a go. But of course, neither of these sides want to give an inch. They both want to take home the trophy, of course, and the bragging rights. Amanda Potgieter again, the star, bowling a maiden and also picking up that spectacular diving catch. But we see at the halfway stage of this match 3, it's of course all still to play for, series locked at 1-1, so whatever happens in this run chase, it will go down to the final match. But it will be Italia Zud who want to go into that final match with the 2-1 lead. And in order to do that, they need to pick up 58 runs and 60 balls, so less than a run a ball. You imagine Italia Nord, they need to go for the wickets, but you've seen lower totals defended before. And for Italia Nord, they do have some significant bowlers who will be leading the charge. So halfway through match 3 here in ECS-W in the Bologna series, of course the final day here. It's all still to play for, and the run chase will be getting going in about 5 minutes time. So grab yourself another Easter egg, grab yourself a cup of tea and join me, Tina Goff, back on the European Cricket Network for the run chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello, good morning and welcome back to this match 3 of the ECS-W here in almost sunny Bologna, where at the halfway stage Italia Nord, they've posted the lowest total so far in this short tournament, 57 runs on the board for them. So what you'd imagine is actually a chance of a bonus point for Italia Sud, the chasing team. If they manage to chase it in 7 overs or less, they'll take home a big 4 points, which could be massive in the context of this series. Don't forget, if it's all square at the end of the 4 games, bonus points will come into play. So you imagine Italia Sud, well, the door's slightly ajar for them, certainly for the win, maybe even the bonus point win for Italia Nord. Probably a little disappointing putting the runs on the board first up, just the 57 of them. It was Kumadu Pedrick who top scored with 24. Otherwise, sadly contributed 15, and the rest were single-digit contributions, but we know that they have a strong batting and bowling lineup as well. And they'll have to keep quiet some key players, including Methnara, who's been kept quiet so far in this tournament. But you imagine you can't keep a good player down, and she's out there in the middle. She's been joined by Delisha. So it's the customary opening pairing here for Italia Sud, and also actually for the national team. We've seen this pairing on many occasions open up for the Azzurri side on the national stage. And it will be the captain Pasindi with ball in hand, with a big task here to see her side to victory. It's locked at 1-1 in the series. It's a 4-match series. So whatever happens in this game, we will be going to the final game, the decider, to see who takes home that glorious ECS-W trophy. At the halfway stage, you'd imagine Italia Sud are in the driving seat, and that's exactly what the win predictor says as well, 85%. As they managed to get the first run on the board, Pasindi, she manages to generate quite a lot of pace off just a few steps. Methnara equal to it on that occasion. It will be skipper to skipper here as Delisha takes her guard at the striker's end. And again, just a short one. This time though, Delisha is more than equal to it, and that's one of the shots she loves to hit. Just hooks it away. Bit too short from Pasindi. Not the worst directed bouncer in the world, but Delisha is someone who delights in getting on the back foot. That's the first boundary of the innings for the skipper. A good recovery from Pasindi. She's still probably bowling a tiny bit too short, but gets away with that one. There's a good effort there behind the stumps. That one just flies away, doesn't it? In fact, it wasn't too much of a short delivery. There's just that little spot on a good length which flies up off the pitch. This time it flies off the bat and it will race away, probably just slow up there, and that does allow Nalini to do the fielding. As well, a couple of days ago, the grass did have a haircut, but since then, the sun's been shining and it's perfect growing conditions. We've had so much rain here as well. Delisha lucky to escape on that occasion. Didn't have a clue where that ball landed. It landed safe, didn't quite go to the boundary. Do manage to run through for a single, so Methnara back on strike, who's due a big innings. And that's the kind of shot we're used to seeing from her for the Italian side, and also in the Meltor Shield, as she just whips that one away. The number 19 on her back. It's the 18-year-old who scores her first boundary of the day. She's just got so much pure power and timing. And that's why she can be such a destructive player. She's got almost 1,000 runs on the European Cricket Network, and we'll have to double check. Maybe Vinny's lurking in the chat, but I imagine no female player has yet scored 1,000 runs on the network. And Methnara, well, she's had a few opportunities now to add to her collection. Only managed to score a handful yesterday. Of course, in that first game, she was run out without facing a ball. Managed to at least face 1 or 2 balls in the second innings, but didn't contribute many. She's got a chance here. Maybe even we've got a chance of a golden ball. It's been 66 matches since the last golden ball, and that's far too many for my liking. But it'll be some effort here if Italia Nord manage to restrict Zood to 57, which would take it to the GB. It's less than a run a ball required, but a few wickets and Nord will feel like they're well in this game. Methnara contributed 4 runs yesterday, just the 1 boundary. So that moved her up to 921 ECN runs, 927. So she certainly won't get to that 1,000 mark in this game. Maybe a big innings in the next one. She has a chance. As Emma Moore comes into the attack. Big player as well for Italia Nord. She opened the batting and now is opening the bowling. Emma's been another one who's been a great find for the Italian national side. Just 16 years old. Has already got a high score of 43 in T20Is. That was up against Malta. Also managed to pick up her best bowling figures against the same side, 2 for 13. For a 16-year-old, she's got a lot of raw power. We saw that with the sixes she scored in her batting innings. She's got a nice bowling action as well for someone so young. Every time I see her, actually, she seems to get quicker and quicker. In a few years' time, she's certainly one to look out for on the international stage. Oh, thank you, Vinny. So Naomi of Spain has already reached 1,000 runs on the network, but Methnara would be the second. It hasn't been the best of batting performances for her yesterday, but she's got 2 more games here to try and make amends, but she's coming up against some fierce bowling here in the form of Emma Moore. Yeah, I think we need to expand the European Cricket Network website, because we do have the figures for the highest run totals of all time for the men, and wickets were not the same for the women yet. But of course, every year we play more and more women's cricket matches, ECS-Ws and also ECI-Ws, and it's tremendous to see the support that ECN gives to women's cricket all over the continent. And well, it's the success stories of teams like Spain and Naomi and Italy and of course Germany and all the other countries who have exposure on the European Cricket Network. It allows them to grow and grow. Portugal, of course, what a story that was. The last couple of weeks playing their first ever international games, both ECIs and T20s, as this one is worked away by Delisha. And it finds its way to the rope, just about rolls over. So that's another 4 to end the second over. Italia Zood going along nicely here, 16 for no loss. And you imagine if these two don't lose their wicket for the next couple of overs, then they will more or less see their side home. Big if though, as we take a look at the standings. And it's locked in there at 1 win each. And we just need to take a look at those bonus points as well, as Italia Zood have the chance of chasing down this total in 7 overs. So the final over of the power play will be bowled by Pacindy, so she'll bowl out her first 2 overs straight up. Look at that, the win predictor has Italia Zuda over 90%. But you imagine a few wickets here, and that might change, but of course there's still batters to come who have demonstrated their batting strength. Well, yesterday, it's the only day we played, but Chatu is carded to come next. It'll be interesting to see if she does come in at 3, because she struggled in that first game in that position. I imagine if they do need runs, they'll turn to Amanda Potgieter, who certainly scored a few yesterday. Cindy is certainly getting a bit of rip and bounce here off the pitch. Given it's an AstroTurf pitch, there's not much happening in it. On that occasion, Methnara just a bit too, Delisha, sorry, just a bit too early on the shot, and only manages a bit of friendly fire straight into her thigh. It's no wonder she sends Methnara back, as she needs to make sure she's okay. That one's been hit firmly by Delisha, does manage to find the boundary. This is looking ominous here for Italia Nord. They desperately need to break this partnership if they have any chance of securing the win. And in fact, any chance of holding on to a single point from this game. As you can see, for a bonus point, Italia Zuid need 37 off 27. And there's a big 6 coming now, as that comes in front of the igloo, drops right in front of me, and Delisha, well, it's pretty clear her intent here is to not only get the win, but to get the bonus point, because that would put her Zuid side in a commanding position going in to the final game. A bonus point here, remember, means that not only do Italia Nord have to win that final game, but they have to win it with a bonus point to draw the scores level and to take it to net run rate. Even a win in that final game for Italia Nord wouldn't be enough if Zuid do manage to pick up the bonus point here. And even there, Delisha just pokes at it, but because of the pace of the delivery by Pasindi, well, I thought that might have gone all the way. As we take a look, yeah, it seems like a bit of a genuine edge. She pushes at it, it flies past the fielder there, Nalini, and does it go to the rope? Yep, it certainly does. So that's 3 boundaries in a row. Delisha's gone 4-6-4. And suddenly, in the space of just a couple of balls, this is looking like a comfortable run chase for Italia Zuid. 27 off 25 for the bonus ball, but that's a great comeback delivery by Pasindi to finish the over and to finish the power play. Italia Zuid, though, most certainly in a commanding position. 31 runs come off the first 3 overs. There is the sign from the umpire that it is the end of the power play. And as a reminder then, as we take a look at the skyscrapers, and well, look at that as well. You don't often see a maiden in T10 cricket, but there was one in that first innings. The 4th over was a maiden by Amanda Potgieter, which, well, has cemented her place at the top of the rankings for both batting and bowling. She hasn't needed to bat so far in this innings, but she took a glorious catch in that first innings, which I'm sure will be popping up on social media sooner rather than later. And also followed that up with a well-bowled maiden. It's her teammates here doing the business with the bat in hand. Methnara, well, it's been a slow start by her standards, 8 off 9, but that's not been a problem since her teammate Delisha and her skipper at the other end is going at a great rate. 23 coming off just 9 deliveries. There was 15 runs coming off that 3rd over, bowled by her captain counterpart, Pasindi. So that is the end of the power play. And as a reminder, that means that no longer just the 2 allowed outside the ring, but you can push it back to 4. This is Emma Moore coming back for her second over. Her first one just went for 5. That she bowled the second over of the innings, and it looks like both Cindy and Emma gonna finish their overs straight off the bat, and it's not a surprise because they feel like these are the best matchups in order to try to get a breakthrough from this opening partnership, which is now worth 32, so more than half the runs on the board needed already. Even for that bonus point, Italia Zood need just about more than a run a ball, and when Delisha's going at almost a strike rate of 250 above, then it's looking ominous for the Nord side. A few questions on the chat about the boundary length. The boundary is set here at 45 metres. So for the men's tournaments, we generally have it at 50. For the women's tournaments, well, you can do a bit of discretion. We had it at 42.5 in the Portugal-Greece series. There's a chance of run out here, and from nowhere, Italia Nord do pick up a wicket. There's a bit of a strange dismissal there for Delisha, who was going so well. I think she was spooked by the LBW appeal and just scuttled out of the crease. I think was trying to get to safety at the other end. It was a tight appeal. She went and ran, didn't realise that actually the ball had just fallen to the feet of the wicketkeeper Martina, and she's not even in shot as the stumps are dislodged. Just a bit of a brain fade there from Delisha, maybe trying to take attention away from the potential LBW appeal, but she took her attention off where the ball had landed, and Martina Jayasuriya with the gloves did the rest. And there was a bit of a strange end to that innings, as the LBW appeal was close enough. I think it was probably drifting down leg side, and you can see exactly what Delisha thinks of that brain fade as she just stands baffled with herself in the middle of the pitch. But she will have to depart. That's the first wicket to fall, 32 for 1. And Chatu is the new batter, and she crunches that one away nicely to the leg side. There is a fielder out there, so take just the one. It's interesting they've gone for Chatu here, given that the bonus point is on the line, and it's such an important bonus point to pick up in the context of this tournament. I think I would have been inclined to go with Amanda batting next, who's shown real batting firepower. Chatu, in fact, really struggled when she came in at this number 3 position in the first game, scored 6 off 18 deliveries. Really stunted the momentum of the Italia Zood innings, and they did only manage to get 60 on the board. And while now, at the end of the 4th, they're 34 for 1. The good news is Methnara is still out there, but she's not quite found the form that we know she is capable of. There's certainly no problems with the run rate. You'd imagine something would have to go quite badly wrong here for Zood to not pick up the win. But for me, if I were them, it would be all about the bonus point here. And maybe that message has to be delivered to them by the coaching team, because with this series going down to the final game, whatever happens, a bonus point here could be the difference between winning the title and going down to net run rate. The start of the 5th over, and it's Amaya who will take the ball. And this is something I think Italia Nord have actually done better than Italia Zood, and that's just throw the ball to a few of the less experienced bowlers, maybe the ones that aren't playing national team yet. I say yet because I think Amaya is a national team star of the future. This time though, just gets her line a little wrong. It's swept firmly away by Methnara. Now managed to run through for 2 as it slows up in the outfield. Amaya just 14 years of age. She looks all of 14 with that playing shirt swamping her, but what a talent she is with the ball. And she also got that run out in that first game that dismissed Methnara, so that's something she can always claim to have in her CV, running out the opening batter of the Italian side, who is so dangerous, as you can see, with that crunching shot through the covers. Again though, It just slows up in the outfield. They will run through for 2 though. I think Methnara maybe has got the message that they need to try and get a move on here to get that bonus point. And hasn't quite managed to find the rope, but the last 2 deliveries been run through for 2. This time she does go the aerial route, and it's a brilliant effort out there by Sadali, and she does manage to stop the boundary. We're going to have to take a look at that on the replay because it was not an easy chance, and she managed to dive forward. I think at first she was interested in the catch. In the end it drops well short, but she manages to stick out a forearm and stop the boundary, assisted a bit by the long grass in the outfield, but it was a brilliant effort there. And Amaya responds in kind with a lovely delivery that goes straight through the bat of Methnara. Just losing her shape a little here, Methnara. She's got such timing. She doesn't need to try and smack the ball into orbit. This time she gets hold of it, but again, the lack of pace on the bowling means that she can only chip it into the offside. Does take the 1, which keeps her on strike. I think that's good if you're Italia Zood, chasing 70-12 for the bonus point. So at the halfway stage, Italia Zood are 40 for 1, 18 runs needed. So we take a look at the upcoming events, and we're, well, sadly in the final day here in Bologna as we come to the conclusion of this ECS-W, but the action over in France is just started on the final day of ECIs between France and Sweden, where again it's all still to play for. The action there starts in about 12 minutes time, and they're locked there at 2-2 with 3 games to play today. So there will be a winner of the ECIs come the end of the day, but then we move to the ECSs, and then after a few days at home I will be flying over to hopefully sunny Malta, where we'll also bring you some international action as well as another ECS. As we go back to the live action here as Kumadou Pedrick takes the ball for her first bowl of the day. Methnara just knocks that one into the gap for a single. Chatu's on strike here, and she just needs to make sure to keep rotating the strike. If Methnara or Chatu are able to find 1 boundary, then even that equation for the bonus point is pretty much a runner ball. At the moment it's 16 off 11. Chatu does swing hard at that one. There is a fielder out there. Sonia is putting in the hard yards, and again it will just fall short. And Methnara may be thinking here that she needs to take on the mantle if they're going to secure that bonus point. Turns down the second run, so it's just a single. It's a nice hit from Chatu, but she's quite small, so she's not going to generate an enormous amount of natural power. Methnara is certainly one that has that power in her locker. She'll be eyeing up the boundaries here. That's well bowled though by Kumadou. He's not going to give her international teammate any easy runs here. Kumadou actually is the 2nd highest wicket taker for Italy in internationals as well. 27 wickets in T20Is. Absolute experienced professional, but it's the experience of Methnara here that pays off, as she does manage to pick one off the middle of the band, flies away for a 6. That's exactly what Italia Zood needed to try and hunt down this precious bonus point. And Methnara, well, it feels like that's a shot that's been a long time coming. Hasn't been able to quite find that blistering form that she's been showing on the European Cricket Network for a good several years now. But on that occasion manages to find the middle of the bat. So it is now 9 off 8 needed for the bonus point. Methnara goes again, doesn't quite have as much distance on it, but it still has enough to go all the way, and it's back-to-back 60s for Methnara. This time a bit straighter across to wide, long on. And well, she didn't quite get hold of it, because if Methnara gets a hold of one, that's going to end up in the potato field. This time though, just drops over the rope for a 51, no, well, it's going to be 46 metre boundary. And now it's suddenly Italia Zood just 3 runs away from the bonus point win. And Methnara does it in style as she hits that one over mid-wicket. 6 runs. She finishes this game off with back-to-back-to-back sixes. Methnara goes 6-6-6 to finish this game off for Italia Zuud. And they do get the bonus point. No wonder it's all smiles out there in the middle as Italia Zuud beat Italia Nord by 9 wickets. That was also the end of the 6th over. So they finish on 61 for 1. But most importantly, they have also got that valuable bonus point, which now means going into the final game, Italia Nord, they not only need to win, but they need to win with a bonus point in order to take this series to net run rate. So it's an intriguing contest still lined up, but what a win this has been for Italia Zuud, as they certainly now take the driving seat going into the final game, which is coming up in, well, because of this early finish, just about 45-50 minutes time, as a couple of changes are made for either side. Manuela comes in for Italia Nord, and for Italia Zuud, Novia and Natasha get to take to the field for the final time in this series. And of course, it's Italia Zuud who will go into that with 2 wins on the board, having chased down the Italia Nord total in just the 6 overs. As we take a look at the highlights, and well, at the start it looked like maybe it could be another tight finish, as Methnara didn't quite find the boundary on frequent occasions. She did find it there, and Delisha was in fact the one who was taking the charge to Nord, as she scored 23 off just 11 deliveries, 4 4s and 1 6 on her way to that total. And she was finding the middle of the bat, finding the edge of the bat, was certainly finding the rope. There was then a half-hearted LBW appeal and an absolute brain fade from Delisha as she just tried to get away from the danger zone. Ended up stranded in the middle of the pitch as Martina, the wicketkeeper, did the run out, and that was a brilliant effort from Sadali there on the boundary. We thought maybe this would keep the game alive, but Methnara had other ideas as she suddenly found herself with that extra gear, and she finished off the game in style with 3 sixes in a row to see her team home at the end of the 6th over. And that also means they take an all-important bonus point, and that's why it's all smiles for Italia Zuud, as they now know anything but a bonus point win for Italia Nord in the final game means that Italia Zuud will take home the beautiful ECS-W trophy. As we take a look at the scorecard, and well, it's a nice scorecard if you are an Italia Zuud fan. There's just the 3 batters required, and Chatu at the end, a little cameo from her, 2 off 2, but it was all about the 2 openers. Methnara finally again finding that form, 36 off 23, and Delisha 23 off 11 before a moment that she'd like to forget, as the LBW spooked her into running, and Martina with the ball at her feet managed to throw down the stumps. As for the bowlers, only the 4 used, of course, because we only played the 6 overs. It was good to see Amaya have a bowl, though. The 14-year-old is certainly a huge prospect for the future, and her over only went for 7 runs. Emma Moore, she's also just a youngster, but has also had international experience. She's one that I'm sure will feature for the Italian side for years to come. So there you have it. At the end of match 3, it's a big win for Italia Zuud as they beat Italia Nord by 9 wickets. But most importantly is that overs figure there. They manage it in just 6 overs, which means they take home the win, but they also bag the bonus point, meaning that Italia Nord in the next game, they need to win by a bonus point to have any chance of taking home the trophy. And well, they did the first bit, they won the toss. They've elected to field first, and I think they basically want to do exactly what Italia Zuud did in this game, which is restrict the other side to a small total and chase it down within 7 overs. So it's certainly going to be an intriguing matchup, and that's coming to you. Well, we'll be back on air in about 45 minutes time, so you have a bit of time now to continue enjoying your Easter Sunday and join me, Tina Goff, back here on the European Cricket Network for the 4th and final game of this exciting ECS-W Italy series. Who will take home the trophy? Will it be Italia Nord? Will it be Italia Zuud? Come back in 45 minutes to find out.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Welcome back to Bologna, and it's the final game on the final day of this ECS-W. And what an intriguing game we had this morning as Italia Sud, they won, and they won big with the bonus point victory. And that now means that Italia Nord are going into this final game knowing that they not only have to win, but they have to win with a bonus point to then take it down to net run rate. We'll have to get our calculators out to see who will take home the trophy. But if Italia Sud win this game, then there'll be no doubt that they will go home as winners. So it's all still to play for in this title decider. Don't go away as we see who will win this one. And we're going to go out into the middle now to see what happened at the coin toss with Charles Croucher.
Thanks, Tina. Italy South with Italy North to call. Tails is the call, and it's a tail. Italy North have won the toss. They're going to bowl.
Thank you very much, Charles. So there you have it in this match for the title decider in Bologna. Italia Nord, they've won the toss and elected to field. And they know exactly what they have to do to take this title fight. Well, take it to net run rate. They need to take all 4 points from this game if they have any chance of lifting that glorious ECS-W trophy. They need the bonus point, and the way they can do that is they have to restrict Italia Sud to a total that they can then chase down in 7 overs. And the team that they've selected to do that includes Manuela, who's come back into the lineup, Cindy the captain, of course, winning the toss and electing to bowl for Italia Sud. It's Novia and Natasha who both come back in to the side, and well, to the champions-elect. If they can just get over the line without a 4-0 defeat, then Italia Sud will win bragging rights against their otherwise friends and teammates from the other side of Italy. But it's an intriguing matchup we've got here, and as I was saying in the intros, it's all still to play for. And Italia Nord, well, they've done their bit here by making sure they've got probably the easier way of getting that bonus point, and that's by chasing down the total. But you can see the win predictor thinks that Italia Sud will go home with the spoils on this occasion and take home the trophy. 66% in the favour of the South. The North is given a 34% chance of victory. Anything can happen here in this final game, final day in Bologna as well. And it's been a bit of a roller coaster week, hasn't it? We've had our fair share of rain, probably more rain than any of us would have liked or expected for Italy in the second half of April. But luckily the last few days have been smooth sailing, have been dry, and that's allowed the women from both the north and the south of Italy to show us exactly what they are made of. And it will be Italia Nord here with the ball in hand to get proceedings underway, and it looks like it will be the left armer Sonia Toffoletto who will bowl the first over. And for Italia Sud, it's the very familiar opening pairing of Methnara Rathnaika and Delisha Nayankara. I'm just waiting here to make sure everyone's in their seats, got their Easter eggs ready for this final game, more or less the final, you can call it that, as we go into the first ball. The first ball will have to be bowled again as they manage to scamper through 4 wide and also an extra single. The reason that Italia Sud find themselves in this commanding position is that they were able to win match 3 and win it big as they restricted Italia Nord to 57 for 6. It was a very strong bowling performance from the southern side. Just the 5 bowlers used, all bowlers with an enormous amount of experience between them. And they bowled just 2 wides, which has already been repeated here in the first 2 deliveries. And as a result, they were able to restrict Italia Nord to 57, which is definitely well under par. We saw the statistics at the start of this game that the average was probably around 70, 75. So 57, not enough on the board, and as it proved to be, as Italia Sud managed to chase down the total in good time. They just needed the 6 overs to get there, which meant that they not only claimed the win, but also that all-important bonus point. They only lost 1 wicket along the way. It was Delisha, the captain, who lost her wicket, but not before she scored 23 runs. And it was a bit of a curious dismissal as well, as there was a big LBW appeal. The appeal was denied, and Delisha, I think, a bit of a rabbit in the headlights, tried to get herself off strike to the relative safety of the non-strikers, but ended up halfway down the pitch before realising that the ball had gone no further than the hands of the wicketkeeper Martina. She threw down the stumps, and that was the end of Delisha. Methnara at the other end, she was slow to get going, but she finished the game off in some style. She hit Kumadu for 3 sixes in a row to finish the 6th over and finish off the game. Methnara ended with 36 off 23, remained not out, and inches her way, in fact, closer to that 1,000 mark. 1,000 runs on the European Cricket Network. It was 917 before this tournament. She contributed, well, none in the first game as she was run out without facing a ball, 4 in the second game, and 36 in that game this morning. So 40 runs added to her total. That takes her total runs on the network to 957. So she needs a relatively big score here, 43 runs, if she wants to break the 1,000 mark, the big milestone during this ECS. That one though is crunched away by Delisha. It's gonna almost roll to the boundary, but it's a good piece of work there done by Pasindi. Manages to bat the ball back, stumbles over the line but gets back and saves the 4 runs. It's hit well by Delisha, but still you can see the sawdust on the floor there. That's the after effects of what was biblical rain we had earlier in the week, and it's worth giving a massive shout out to the blue crew here and the local organisers from Bologna CC, who were working tirelessly all day trying to scoop up any groundwater that was sitting there, and there was a lot of it. At some point it looked like play wouldn't be possible at all. We did have a few days washed out, but it's great that the sun has not quite greeted us, but it's out here in force, at least with a bit of cloud to see us through. And we take a look at what's coming up in just about, we're halfway through the first innings of match 5 between France and Sweden. That's over Indra, so just across the border, and then all the way through France as well. There you see that private jet coming to land. It's prepared for my arrival so that I can fly home tomorrow morning. I think I might have mislaid my private jet ticket though, because the only one in my bag is a Ryanair ticket. But well, we have all sorts of flying around here, and there was balls flying earlier in the day, wasn't there, as we saw some mighty 6s, and as is often the case on the European Cricket Network, but not always the case with the women's tournaments. There was more 6s scored in the tournament so far than 4s. We'll be seeing if that remains the case in this final game. It's 8 for no loss after the first over, and Emma Moore has come on to bowl the second over. Little smile on her face as that was slightly the wrong side of the wide line. Got a good bit of pace and bounce there from the 16-year-old or the 18-year-old. It's amazing how young this side is. Emma Moore, 16. I was right the first time. As that one's hooked away, and Delisha brings out her trademark shot, and it goes all the way for a big 6. That's the first boundary of this innings. And we've seen that shot a lot from Delisha, both in the last few days and also for the Italian national side. A bit too short from Emma Moore, as we say hello to our 4-legged friends. What a beautiful dog that is. And enjoying the cricket on display here. There is a dog training centre right next door. Now some balls raining down on them yesterday, but that dog looked like didn't need any more training, just patiently watching the cricket. And that was a brilliant comeback delivery there from Emma Moore. The perfect line actually to bowl to Delisha. Anything a bit shorter and straighter, and it's going to end up on the leg side boundary. This time though, beautiful shape away. So delivery to beat any batter. But just struggling with her lines here is Emma. Probably struggling a little with her run up, as you can see there. You can see it's that runway for the bowlers is strewn with sawdust. It's in much better shape than it was earlier in the week, where of course we had 5 games a day and a lot of the men steaming in on that left hand side. Emma's steaming in here. That time again, just a bit too straight, as Delisha is so quick on that pull shot towards the leg side, but just gets the one on this occasion. It's well fielded out there by Amaya. A 14-year-old, isn't the future bright for Italian cricket? Well, a 16-year-old bowling, a 14-year-old doing the fielding. Delisha herself is, well, you'd call her one of the most experienced players in the Italian side. She's only 28, and Methnara, who is on strike now, 18 years old, but already has, well, as we were saying, almost 1,000 runs on the network, and a fair few for the national side in T20 internationals, where there's 4 more to her collection as she gets her first boundary of the innings. Methnara holds the highest individual score for Italy in T20 international, scored 81 versus Sweden in 2024. And she's also coming up to a milestone in T20Is, 494 runs she has in that format, so just 6 away from the 500. Italia Sud, for them, the aim here is to more or less bat Italia Nord out of contention. If they get a big total on the score here, even something above 70, 75, then it's going to be a tough ask for Nord to chase that down in 7 overs or less. I wonder if there was a nick on this one, as Emma Moore, well, she put her hands to her head. Yeah, there was definitely a nick there, and you can see the frustration on Emma's face, because that would have been a big wicket to pick up early in the proceedings. And I think not only has it been dropped, but it's going to be a painful one for Martina Jayasuriya, as she takes that one right on the end of the finger, despite having gloves on. Oh, you can see she gets a pat on the head by her teammate Daniela, because that one is going to hurt. Look at this again. It's this lovely away swing that Emma Moore gets. That one just nibbles off the surface, and it was too good for Methnara, and the late movement just meant that Martina couldn't quite get to it either. So just as Martina gets a little bit of treatment, we can take a look at what's happening across the border in France. And well, the game started, match number 5, just about 55 minutes ago, and it's all still to play for in that series between France and Sweden. There was 4 games yesterday, it finished 2 apiece, and it's a 7-game series, so someone is going to come out on the right side of that matchup. Will it be France? Will it be Sweden? Well, Danny Hudacek has led you through the games on the mic yesterday. He'll be joined in the box by Rico Fall, who of course was here yesterday morning, and it was great to have him alongside me for the duration of this tour in Bologna. But he's now made it to France and to Dreux, and we'll take you through the rest of those games. And then of course Monday, tomorrow, we go into the ECS. We take a look at that as well, as we have 5 games. And I think every team is involved in the first day as well as we have Royal 94 against Mitri, and then Ekota CC against Grigny Vipers. That's great names. I love these regional names we have in all the different countries. And then Paris Université Club will take to the field in match 3. And Paris Army will see them in match 4. and it will be rounded out by Grinja Vipers against the University again in match 5. And that's 6 days of action coming to you from Drup ECS, with group stage matches and of course the big finals day. So even though this is the final day here in Bologna, we've got so much more cricket action to show you over the next few days. Of course, it's Easter Monday tomorrow, so I'm sure a lot of you will be off work, will be nursing those chocolate hangovers from all the Easter eggs that you have to treat yourselves to today. So I think there's nothing better tomorrow than putting your feet up and watching the action over in France. But of course, we've still got some play left here, and it does look like Martina is in a bit of discomfort here. Maybe just that ball hitting the tip of her finger, possibly either cracked a bit of the webbing or maybe even broken a finger if she's extremely unlucky. She is getting attention out there. And while we have a break, I can invite you into the commentary box as well. And it's lovely to have you all with me on this Easter Sunday, and maybe just a little explainer as well about this series. So it's Italia Nord against Italia Sud. Neither of them are official domestic sides. They've been put together by the Italian Cricket Federation as a way of just developing the domestic sides here in Italy, and also of course with an eye on the fact that the Italian national side have World Cup qualifiers coming up at the end of May. So the likes of Methnara, of Delisha, of Alexia, I'm sure they will all be featuring in the national side come the end of May. I'll be featuring as well, fingers crossed, for Germany. So I'm doing a little bit of scouting, seeing who is performing well for the Italians. And in that series then, the World Cup qualifiers at the end of May, it's 6 sides. And you're going to test me now if I can remember them all. It's Isle of Man, there's Sweden, Germany, Italy, and there's going to be Spain, and there's going to be Sweden. Did I say Sweden? There's 6 teams anyway. And the top 2 then go through Division 2 to the Division 1 qualifier, which features the Netherlands and I think it's Ireland. And then the top 2 from that go into the global qualifier. So still a few stages to go before you can make it to the World Cup. But of course, it's all incredible experience for the Italian players and of course all the European players to play in those Division 2 qualifiers. And importantly, Italy will be the hosts of that. We won't be here in Bologna, we'll be over in Roma CC. But looking forward to that. And that is why we're having this ECS as well, so the Italian players can get a bit of practice in. And you can see how that benefited, for example, someone like Methnara, who she managed only a diamond duck in that first game, was run out without facing a ball. Managed just the 4 runs in game number 2, but came back strongly in that previous game, scoring 3 big 6s to see her side to victory. She's still out there at the moment. She's 5 off 4 deliveries, as it looks like we will have a change of keeper here. Just double check, wait for confirmation on that. It did look like Martina was in quite a bit of comfort. No, it looks like Martina will carry on here. So hopefully the magic spray has worked like a charm. And it will be Emma to bowl the final ball now of the second over. And just worked away. So I'll finish the second over with a single. Italia Sud have got off to a good start here. 23 runs for no loss at the end of the second. Let's take a look at the standings as they are at the moment. And well, that's the main point here, is that Italia Sud have not only won 2 games, but they won 1 with a bonus point. So they have a 4-point advantage over their northern neighbours at the moment. So Nord, they know that they not only have to win this game, but they have to win it with a bonus point. So every run that they give away here is another run that they'll have to score before the end of the 7th over. So it's a pretty clear equation for both sides here. For Italia Sud then, it will be a case of getting enough runs on the board so they can at least get past that 7th over and take home the coveted ECS-W trophy, which I must say is looking resplendent. It's sitting here next to me on the table. Maybe towards the end of the second innings, I'll give you a little sneak peek at that trophy. Sonia Toffoletto has come back here for her second over. Well weighted there by Delisha. Throw in here and a direct hit, and she would have been in trouble. It looks like Sonia has taken the brunt of that. So we take a look at this on replay. It was again a bit slow to the ball here, was the fielder, but it was a great pickup by Pasindi. Throws it in, a direct hit, would have been gone, but it was a direct hit right on to Sonia's leg. She's giving it a rub out there. We're going to have another little injury break. It hasn't been the easiest couple of overs here for Italia Nord. They've been in the wars. Of course, we saw an injury in the previous game to Luana Sims. She went down with what I think was a recurring knee injury. On this occasion, though, well, I can tell you that Sonia's out there. She's on the floor, but she's laughing. I think she knows she's going to get the magic spray treatment, and after that, I'm sure she will be right as rain. There comes the spray. And it looks like she'll be fine. She'll have a lovely little bruise to, well, she'll hope go along with her winner's medal. But still remains to be seen. She'd do well to pick up a wicket here to break this dangerous opening partnership between Methnara and Delisha. That's a good enough time as any to welcome you all into the chat as well. Dave, I see you're there. Welcome back. Chris, lovely to see you. We're talking about Sunday roasts. Chris, you always make me feel very hungry with your food chat, but of course it's a Sunday. Roast dinner is a must, and it's Easter Sunday as well, so happy Easter to those who celebrate. And if you need any excuse to eat chocolate, which of course in my eyes you never do, today is as good a day as any. It looks like Sonia giving it a final rub. I think she'll be all right. This one's hit firmly down the ground. There's a bit of confusion here, and Methnara is sent back, and she might be in trouble here. She pulls out the dive, and I think, well, the bails were never dislodged, but the dive certainly helped her here, as well, these two have batted so often together. You'd think they'd be above miscommunications, but it goes straight into the hands of Pasindi. This time Sonia's got both her hands out as if to say, don't hit my leg again, please. But it goes to the keeper's end. Methnara puts in the full frontal dive. Oh, just drifts a bit too far the wrong side of that wide line. I'll tell you what, did anyone else see the youngest ever player to feature in the Indian Premier League last night? Vaibhav Suryavanshi. Not only is he just 14 years old, but he smashed his fast ball for 6. It was a pretty incredible shot. He did manage to lose the game in the end. Rajasthan Royals by 2 runs to look now Super Giants. But if you can hit an Indian international as Shardul Thakur, who was bowling over extra cover, and your first ever delivery in IPL, then I think you can be pretty happy with that. You got 34 off 20 in the end. What was everyone else doing at 14? I know I wasn't playing in the IPL. So pretty impressive. That one's a bit of a 360 shot there from Delisha. Not sure what part of the bat that hit. Let's take a look at this one again. She goes to play her customary shot, and, well, poor Martina almost in the wars again as that Grizzly was flying towards her face. I wonder what part of the bat that came off. I don't know, it's a bit of a trick shot there from Delisha. Manages to get the 1 run though. Final ball of the power play. And there Delisha comes. Oh, this time it's Methnara, in fact, who well, has seen Delisha play that shot a good few times from the non-striker's end. And this time gets in on the action herself. It just strayed a bit down the leg side from Sonia. What was otherwise not a bad over. It was at least a boundary free over, but ruined on the final delivery as that one is hit for 4 runs. And at the end of the power play, Italia Zud 32 for no loss. That big second over went for 15 runs off the bowling of Emma Moore. Big 6 and a 4 on that over, but otherwise just steady. That run rate though is over 10, and this is looking ominous for Italia Nord. Remember, it's not just a win that will count for them. They have to win, and win with a bonus point if they have any chance of lifting the trophy. And well, we don't quite have to go with net run rate calculations just yet, but we'll make sure to have them in our back pockets ready for the start of the second innings, because Italia Zud chased down the runs in that previous game after 6 overs. So you imagine Italia Nord not only have to win, but they have to win big, chase it down within 7 overs and then some. But it's looking like the total they might chase down could be possibly even one of the biggest ones we've seen in this series. As Emma Moore comes back for her second over and is pivoted away by Delisha, and that's exactly why I thought it was her in the previous game. In the previous over, I thought it was Delisha that pivoted away, but Methnara and Delisha both extremely quick on that short ball. And you can see it's all fun and games out in the middle, but Emma gave a smile to Delisha, but still frustrated by the fact that she just really played into the hands of her friend and normally teammate by dragging that one short. Delisha doesn't miss out on those too often. That one is hit for a 6 to start the 4th over. Delisha moves to 19 off 10. Can Emma come back with a better delivery here? There you go, that is the better delivery, and that's where you've got to keep it for Delisha. She loves it short when it's down leg side, but when it's outside off, she just struggles to get that one away on occasion. And Emma gets a lot of natural bounce off this pitch. She's not the tallest, just got a bit of a skiddy action on that occasion. Zips through to the keeper. You can see what Emma's trying to do here, just trying to hide the ball outside off stump in an area that Delisha is maybe not as strong in. This time though, just the wrong side of that wide line. That's a better delivery. You can see anything outside off stump, Delisha not as comfortable with. That's exactly what Emma Moore knows. Of course, all of these players know each other inside out. On every other day, they are teammates, but on this occasion, they've been split up and they're pitting themselves against each other. So although they're friends, they certainly don't want to go easy on each other. There's a lot of bragging rights here up for grabs, as well, of course, as those winners' medals and the ECS trophy. And of course, it's not too early to start considering who the MVP of this series might be. We've had a few standout performances. Of course, Kumadu in that first game, she more or less single-handedly steered her side to victory, scoring 29 off just 15 deliveries. Amanda Potgieter, she was the top run scorer in that second game. Methnara flashes this one away. It's a chance for a catch and it's dropped on the boundary. There's a big opportunity there for Sadali. She gets herself in the right position, just pops out of her hands as it's flashed off the bat of Methnara. And she's someone you don't want to give too many chances to. And maybe just a case of hard hands there from Sadali as that one drops to the floor. Emma not having the luck on her side at the moment. She's got 1 ball left of her spell. She's gone for 24 so far. Would put a bit of a shine on her figures if she is able to pick up a wicket here. it's swept away. There's another chance for a fielder out there, and again it bursts through the hands, this time of young Amaya, but she does well to recover, and they do only manage to get the single. So it's 2 chances there in 2 deliveries. That was certainly the tougher of the 2, as it skewed away off the bat of Delisha, and Amaya had to run in from the boundary, managed to make up the ground, wasn't able to keep hold of the ball. So it's an unfortunate over there for Emma Moore, as she did manage to create a few opportunities, but she finishes with figures of 25 for no wicket after her 2 overs, and after 4 overs, Italia Zood, well, they're going at over 10 and over. They're on 42, and this is looking increasingly dangerous for Italia Nord. Both of the set batters out there, both with international experience, and we know they can take games away from sides in just a few swings of the bat. That's exactly what happened in that match number 3. Methnara, well, if she gets another big score here, I think her name might be in MVP contention as well. 36 in that previous game. Of course, she didn't score many in the first 2, but you never know. If she scores a big half century here, she'll play herself back into contention. But someone else who is in contention is that batter there. Delisha comes back in and smacks the first one down the ground for 4. It's off the bowling of Amaya. Is the coach there? Maybe he's a bit stressed. He's got the stress ball in hands, but nothing stressful about that shot from Delisha. She just picks that up off a length, and, well, supporters young and old are in the building here, enjoying what they're seeing, and maybe that's the next generation of female cricketers in Italy coming through. I mean, Amaya, who's bowling now, is only just a few years older. She's 14, got the 24 on her back, and she's a real promising player for the future. You can see she rips the ball. Certainly got a nice flowing action. I'm sure she will take a great deal of experience and learnings from bowling against what are probably 2 of Italy's strongest batters out there in the form of Methnara and Delisha. But Amaya, she's not scared. She's out there doing her part for her team. And it's great to see, actually, that Italia Nord are giving some of the younger bowlers a chance here. It's one of the criticisms I might have of the Italia Zood side is that they haven't quite given the opportunities to some of the younger, less experienced bowlers. They've mostly relied on their 5 bowlers who all have bowled for the national side, and Amanda Potgieter, of course, doesn't qualify for Italy, but has done a fair amount of bowling in her cricket career. And otherwise, Chatu, Tishani, Delisha, the usual suspects, which, well, you can say that's why they're in this commanding position. But I would like to see some of the younger ones have a go, as Amaya is doing here and doing really well. That is the 50 partnership up between Methnara and Delisha. Still 3 balls left before the halfway stage. This one chipped up in the air. It's a chance, but it's going to go flying over the head of Janani, and that's 6 runs off the bat of Delisha, and she's certainly batting herself into MVP contention here, is the Italia Zood skipper. Is that one? Well, if the fielder there was right on the rope, then might have had a chance of at least getting her hand to it, but she took a couple of steps in. As a result, saw it fly over her head, and I think that's the word that's coming from her captain here, Pasindi, saying get right back on that rope, even start behind the rope, so that by the time you walk in, you're on the right side. And well, there's 2 of them here, and it's a great piece of fielding by Pasindi as she dives away to her left side, I think to successfully stop the boundary. They might have a double check of this, as there's 2 fielders converging, and I think she just about is okay there. By my eye, that rope doesn't seem to move. I think that's a brilliant effort from the Italia Nord captain, as certainly the fielder behind her was over the rope, but it was only the captain who did the fielding. And this one is taken then by Kumadu, more experienced fielder out there, takes the catch, and that does mark the end of this partnership. It was worth 58 before Delisha is the player to fall, but she's put in a great stint for her side. 34 runs on the board after 19 deliveries, so going at quite a rate as well. But congratulations to Amaya as well, as she picks up a wicket, the 14-year-old, to end the 5th over. So it's the captain who has to depart, but not before she's put on a commanding partnership with Methnara. 58 runs on the board for the loss of 1 wicket at the halfway stage. Good take out there in the deep by Kumadu as you join me in the commentary box for one of the final times, and what a series it's been here in Bologna. Hasn't been without its roller coaster ride. We had a lot of rain, we had some sun every now and then, probably not as much sun as we would have liked, but it's shining down at the moment on Italia Sud as they look to lift the trophy, which is just in my eye line. I'm going to tease it and show it to you maybe later after the first innings, but there's a lot of tension out there and a lot of pride to play for. As I said, a lot of these players want to play for the national side and they want to show what they can do out there in the middle, and Methnara flashes her bat at that one, flies away, not exactly where she wanted the ball to go, but it has made its way over the rope. It's Basindi who's come on to bowl. I'm surprised actually it's taken this long for the Nord skipper to throw the ball to herself, but first ball she bowls here does go for a 4. Methnara, bit of a sleeping giant still. This is kind of similar innings to what she played in the previous game, where just going along and suddenly she exploded into life with those 3 sixes. This one's hit firmly over the covers, and maybe this is a sign of Methnara finding the next gear, putting her foot down, as she's just seen her opening partner Delisha depart at the other end, but doesn't want to stop the run rate in the slightest. She's been joined out in the middle by Chaturika Mamalaga, who's not always the quickest of scorers, but this is the partnership that saw the south side home in the previous game. It was Methnara doing the vast majority of the hitting, but Chatu does her role here, and there's a hit that's going to go all the way to the rope. It's a bit of a rank full toss from Pasindi, doesn't get her length right on that occasion. Methnara just brute forces that one over the boundary, 6 runs. So I think I mentioned previously that Methnara is slowly inching towards that 1,000 run mark on the network. She scored 28 off 14 now, so suddenly finds herself on a strike rate of 200. She got 36 in that previous game. Of course, run out without facing a ball in the first. And in the second game, it was just the 4 runs, so it was 40 runs before this. I'm just doing the calculations as I speak. And before the start of this, she was on 917. And she won't get any more, so I can stop my calculations in mid-equation, because that one just stays a little low off the bowling of the captain. And it's enough to see the stumps of Methnara flying. She can count herself a little unlucky here, but probably also the wrong shot selection, as that one, well, was just about on middle stump, ended up halfway up leg stump. Just a bit of tailing into Methnara there, and she saw the leg side open up for her, but it just died a death as it went through her defences and into the stump. But a smile from her, as it's still been a good day's work for her. 28 off 16 runs to follow up from the runs she scored this morning, 36 of them. So that was the 40 runs she scored plus the 28. So that's 68 runs in this tournament, which takes her up to 985 runs by my calculations. Can't guarantee they're right, as I try and do multiple things at once, but women can multitask, as they say. I think it's 985 runs, so the next time she plays on the network, she'll certainly be eyeing up that 1,000 run barrier, and be only the second player in ECN history to reach that mark in the female game, following Naomi of Spain, who already achieved that milestone. As we get to the end of the 6th over, 73 for 2. Importantly for Nord, they have broken that top partnership, and both of the openers now back in the dugouts. It's Gayatri who's come out to join Chaturika. So if Italy Nord can restrict Italia Sud here to, I want to say something like 90, that would at least give them a sniff of trying to chase down 90 in 7 overs, which is still an enormous task for a side that hasn't really fired too much with its batting. It will certainly be relying on the likes of Kumadu Pedrick and Alexia Kontaparakis to score the runs. Well, I think actually Alexia is struggling with a bit of an injury as well, so it's a question whether we see her bat at all. Well, if I were to put money on it, and I'm not a betting woman, but I'd say even if Italia Sud stop batting now, you've still got Italia Nord needing a run rate of over 10 to reach the score in 7 overs or less, which will require them to then get the bonus point, which will take it to net run rate. So this is why you can see that Italia Nord do have a bit of a mountain to climb. But they keep plugging away, and they've thrown the ball back to the young 14-year-old Amaya to bowl her second over. This one's swept away, and the fielder out there takes a tumble. I think it's Daniela who sees the ball flash through her. It's a bit of an unforgiving field here. It's not the flattest, and this time it's a lovely sweep from Chatu, and Daniela takes a tumble, and the ball crashes into the Let's Play Cricket Together hoardings there of Cricket Italia. It's all about being together, stronger together, of course, of the European Cricket Network, and Let's Play Cricket Together of Cricket Italia. There's Chaturika and Gayatri out there together at the moment for Italia Sud. 78 on the board halfway through the 7th. That one's lofted. I'll have to check that for height. It's just hit into the leg side by Chatu. Just the 1 run. We'll see if, yeah, probably just about okay. She's outside her crease. Not the tallest player, and I think if she were back in the crease, it would be a legal delivery. The umpire certainly seems to think so. So just a 1 on the board. This is a great spell for Amaya. Again, don't want to sound like a broken record, but she's just 14 years old, and she's bowling here against far more experienced batters, players who've played on the international stage, and she's more than holding her own. She has a lovely action, just gets a nice natural dip on the ball, and she's managed to stem the runs here, as well. The previous 3 overs went for 10, 16 and 15. That one though, there was the 1-4 in it, but otherwise it just went for 3 singles, so 7 runs coming off it. At the end of the 7th, Italia Sud 80 for 2. As we take a look at what is happening tomorrow over in France. Of course, this is our final day here in Bologna before we pack up and take the show on the road. But things are in full swing in France, and it's the first day of the ECSs in that series. And the match number 1 sees Royal 94 take on Mitri. It's the first of 2 games for Royal 94, double header for them as they come back in the match number 3. So we go back to the live as that one rolls away, doesn't quite get to the boundary. Pasindi has brought herself back in for her second over. Quite expensive first over, went for 15 runs, but she did manage to get the wicket, and the all-important wicket of Methnara, who was just 15 runs away from her 1,000 runs on the European Cricket Network. But we've got one that just went straight through her, stayed a bit low, but crashed into the stumps. But Pasindi here is into her second over. She generates quite a lot of pace, given that her run-up is what, about 4-5 paces. Just hasn't quite got her radar right as that one goes into the hands of Daniela, but they do manage to run through for 1. And every run here for Italia Sud is just almost like a death by 1,000 cuts for Italia Nord, as they know they have to chase down every single one of these in record time to have a chance of lifting the trophy. It's hit hard into the covers. Chance of a catch. There's two fielders underneath it, and they do manage to take it, as it's Amaya out there who knocks in to her teammate. Does a bit of a mischief, but the most important thing is that they do manage to hold on to the catch. And poor Italia Nord have been absolutely in the battle, in the wars today, as it's the third player to go down with a bit of an injury. I think we need a new delivery of magic spray. And the important thing there was that the catch was taken, and it was sadly on the end of it probably the senior player of the two to take the catch. But she's gone down here with a bit of a bash to the knee. I think it was maybe knee-to-knee contact there. You can see her going immediately down to her right shin, her right knee. It's probably just an impact injury, but there you go. There's the magic spray. Third time lucky for Italia Nord, as well. There was one on the leg of Sonia Toffolo, one on the finger of the keeper, Martina Jayasaria, and to complete the hat-trick, sadly, Mawata needs a bit of the old magic spray on her shin. I think she'll be all right, and she'll be happy with the fact that she actually kept hold of that, and that is the third wicket to fall for Italia Zud. And it was Gayatri who was the one to fall. She scored 4 off 7 deliveries. But I tell you what, it's probably actually not a great wicket for Italia Nord to take, because it does bring Amanda Potke to the crease, and she is someone who we know can hit the ball a long way. Before the game this morning, she was in fact the top run scorer. She picked up 61 runs in the 2 games yesterday, including that 39 not out. She's got just a few deliveries here, 15 of them in total, to try to get her side up to what I'd say is an unassailable lead. They managed to defend 85 in that match number 2, did Italia Zud. And they're just 3 runs away from that total now. They managed to defend that within the 10 overs, whereas here, of course, Italia Nord have to chase it down in 7 overs to win with the bonus point. So it's looking ominous for the Northerners. It doesn't help that they've been battered around here by the cricket ball, but it looks like Sadly is okay to continue. And it will be Amanda who will face her first delivery of this game. Didn't bat in the previous game, so this is her one and only chance for today to get some more runs on the board, maybe secure that top spot for the run scorers, and certainly put her name in contention for the MVP of the series. So Pasindi has picked up a second wicket here, 2 for 17 so far in her 9 deliveries. And you can see the pace that Pasindi generates. That on that occasion, Amanda, it just almost went through her. She went back. I think it just got on her quicker than she thought. Almost chops onto her own stumps. This time, plays it ahead of her. Just run through for the 1. So Chaturika, despite maybe not being the quickest of scorers, at least in this series so far, she is the second highest run scorer for Italy in T20 internationals, 531 runs to her name. She has got a T20I half century as well, 53 not out against Sweden in 2023. That is the end of the 8th. Italia Zud 84 for 3. And the win predictor has Italia Zud at 79%, and well, I'd go along with that for the win. But just to reiterate, it's not the win that's necessarily all important here. For Italia Nord, it has to be a bonus point win, because Italia Zud won the game this morning on a bonus point, and in order to level up the leaderboard, Italia Nord need to retaliate here with a 4-0 of their own. As a reminder as well, they did win the toss and decided to field, which was exactly right given the equation that they found themselves facing. And I think it's always easier if you are the chasing side in T10 cricket to try and chase the score down in 7 overs rather than restricting a side to a smaller total if you bowl second. And Janani is now coming on to bowl, so it's good to see as well that new bowlers are given a chance here for the Italia Nord side. I'm also interested as well to see what the batting lineup will be like for Italia Nord. I'd quite like to see Kumadu Pedrick come out and open the batting. She's played in that number 3 slot in all 3 games so far, and she's had quite a lot of success. So there was that match-winning 29 off 15 in match 1. Only scored the 2 in match number 2. But scored 24 off 22 this morning, including 3 big sixes. But I think if you're chasing down a big total, you need to score runs from the offset. And she is one of the few, I think, that can do it for Italia Nord. So maybe her and Emma Moore would be my picks to open the batting, just to see if they can put the pressure back on Zood and just try to take this game deep. See where they are after 3 or 4 overs and try and go big, because you might as well try. There's no point going down wondering. But we're already facing what for them will be the record run chase in this series. It's the highest score been put on by the first innings, first batting side. Nice bit of movement there from Janani though, as it starts outside off stump and then just nibbles away off the pitch. Just knocked into the pitch and a quick single is taken. That might have been spoken about between these 2 batters at the change of the overs, because they're both quick along the ground. And Chatu in particular, not the biggest hitter, but she knows if she knocks it into a gap, she can scamper through for 1. Especially on this leg side where almost all the fielders are out on the boundary rope. There's a big gap to play into. I think the umpire having a quick chat to Janani, probably to make sure that she doesn't veer too wide. You can see she's running up quite wide there, and if her foot lands on that crease, the sideline, it will be a no ball. That time though, safely inside of it. But you can see here by the field placements that if they just drop that ball into the leg side, they can run 1 and probably even 2 on every hit, because the fielders are out there right on the boundary. But Amanda, she also knows that she can clear the rope and then some, so maybe she's eyeing up that Maximo. Oh, she is indeed, but she hits that one up in the air. It's a chance for a catch, and it's fumbled by Sonia Toffoletto, who does great work to run in off the boundary as Amanda hits that one more high than away. You can see she was trying to muscle it to the boundary, only manages to hit it up in the air. Sonia comes tearing in from the boundary, gets both hands to it, and I thought maybe for a second she'd take it on the second attempt, but only manages to drop it. And that is the end of the 9th over, so it's a bit of a costly drop because it does allow Amanda to take the strike for the final over, which will be interesting. It will have to be bowled by somebody new, as Janani just bowled that one, but everyone else who's bowled so far has bowled out. So we'll wait to see who Captain Pasindi turns to here, but Italia Zood are on 91 for 3. They'll be eyeing up that 3-digit total. 98 is the expected score, but I wouldn't be surprised if Amanda goes for a big couple of hits here, as it looks like it's Martina to bowl here. That one's been clubbed away, and it will be a big 6 to start the 10th over. And Well, this is the thing for Italia Nord. It's great to see them allowing other bowlers to have a go, but it does mean that they can be put to the sword a little by batters as experienced as Amanda. And on that occasion, just gets it wrong, does Manuela. That's Manuela who's bowling, come into the side for this game. Again, Manuela, just 15 years old. So it's great to see her getting experience out in the middle and bowling against probably some of the strongest batters she will ever have bowled against, and just getting in a bit of practice here. It's the final over, so there's no worries at all about the game timer. Managed to get safely into the 9th. Just needs to find her line here, does Manuela. That's a better delivery, and Amanda doesn't quite get a hold of it, so can just knock it round the corner for one, but she'll want to maybe look for the overthrows here as it hits the stumps. But Janani does the fielding on the overthrow. It's a nice throw in from Daniela. Good pickup. And, well, Chatu was safely in. But it's been good fielding, actually, over the past 2 days. The amount of times the stumps have been thrown down by the fielders is staggering. Certainly more than we saw throughout of the ECS in the last few days prior. That one just goes the wrong side of the line, and they'll run through for 2 wides, and it gets Amanda back on strike as well here. She just does up her laces. She needs to make sure everything is tied down and ready to go, because I think she'll be looking for the rope here with just the 4 balls left, and that does get Italia Zud to the 100 mark as well. So the first time that we've seen the 100 breached in this series. And, well, barring some kind of minor miracle, I would also probably say that that means Italia Zud will win this series, because Italia Nord are facing the daunting prospect of having to chase down, well, at least 101 in 7 overs if they were to claim this bonus point victory. It's clubbed away by Amanda. There's a fielder out there, and it's a great piece of fielding by Kumadu. I wonder whether they come back for the 2. They do. And Chatu puts on the afterburners. She knew immediately what her task was, and that was to get back to the non-strikers end. A big grin on her face as she got maybe one up on her good friend Kumadu out there on the boundary, and she was even smiling as she was running, as she knew she got back in. A cheeky grin in the direction of the dugouts there, and an applause from Amanda as she gets Amanda back on strike with a great piece of running there. Oh, it's just knocked into the covers again. They might try and run for 2, but Amaya is a good fielder, and now they will go on the overthrow. So it's unfortunate there for Italia Nord, as Amaya did all the hard work, threw it in, but it wasn't collected cleanly by Manuela. Italia Zud add another 2 to their collection. And still 2 balls left here. Can Amanda find the rope for a final time? Walks down the pitch, and she will get a big 6, and that crashes into the fence. It's a Maximo off the bat of Amanda Potgieter, as that's as elegant a shot as you will see. Maybe a bit of bomb hand coming through there at the end, but it was there to be hit down the leg side, and Amanda didn't need a second invitation as Italia Zud move up to 110 for 3. Still 1 ball left, and this has been a punishing innings for Italia Nord. They've taken body blows all over the place, and there's been a few big blows to the boundary now. Final ball coming up. There's a better delivery by Manuela, and probably just content with the 1 here as Amaya makes no mistake. But they are going to run through for 2, and again it's a sloppy piece of fielding there by Manuela, the bowler, and they do manage to run through for 2. This time it's thrown in safely, and that does mark the end of the innings. You can see actually Chatu wanted to run whatever happened. Amanda was more concerned about just finishing the innings off and saying there, sorry, I was ready to run, I didn't know what was happening. In the end, they do manage to run through for 2. So Italia Sud finish on a commanding and probably match-winning total of 112 for 3. So that leaves Italia Nord with the tough task of having to chase not only that big total down in 10 overs, but in 7 overs if they want to get close to winning that big trophy. As we take a look back at the highlights, and it was a solid start by the 2 openers for Italia Sud, who we often see opening for the main Italian side. They put on a partnership of 58 runs. There was 4 sixes between them, 3 coming off the bat of Delisha, who just delights in pivoting back on the back foot and hitting it through to the boundary. That time though it was dropped by the keeper, and that did lead to a bit of a painful one, a change of the keeper, and well, the runs just kept on coming. This was a chance of a run out here, and well, it ended up in the leg of Sonia Tofoletto. That I think was the first or the second instance of the magic spray, who was probably one of the players of the match, coming out on multiple occasions, working its magic. But it was the 2 openers, Methnara and Delisha, who were working their magic as they pretty much put their side in already an unassailable position. 58 runs at the halfway stage. A big old kick there for Emma Moore, and that was a bit of a kick in the guts for Italia Nord as well, as they saw 2 catches dropped in successive deliveries. That one flew over their head, and Methnara, she looked like she might finally get that milestone of 1,000 runs on the European Cricket Network, but she did end up falling short despite her best efforts, as first it was Delisha who fell thanks to a solid catch in the outfield by Kumadu. Methnara kept on plugging away though, hit that one down the ground, but eventually was castled by Pasindi by one that probably stayed a bit too low for Methnara's liking, and that brought Chaturika and Gayatri to the crease. At that point the damage had more or less already been done by Italia Sud. There was a bit more damage done to the knee there of Sadali, who managed to hold on to the catch, also got the benefit of a bit of magic spray. And Amanda Potgieter, as she has done throughout this series, comes in and comes all guns blazing from the very start. There was a drop there which might have stemmed the flow of runs, but Amanda hit 2 big 6s on her way to 21 not out off just 11 deliveries. And there was still a chance for a yes, no, maybe run out, which then did go the way of Italia Sud. And in fact, the whole innings went the way of the batting side, as Amanda found the rope on that occasion. Fist bumps all around between those 2, and Chatu, who's rarely seen without a smile on her face, knows that her side are halfway to lifting that coveted ECS-W trophy. As we take a look at the scorecards, and it's a nice scorecard for the top order there of Italia Sud. Methnara and Delisha both clicking finally at the same time to put on a big partnership, which already pretty much took the game away from Italia Nord, and then the flourish at the end by Amanda put more runs and more misery on top of Italia Nord. A few too many extras there bowled, but it was good to see different bowlers being used. Janani, it's a shame she didn't bowl earlier because her first and only over went for 6 runs. Manuela, she took a bit of punishment in the final magical over. It's always a tough task to come in to bowl your one and only over in the 10th. As it was then 15 extras, 15 wides, which is the most we've seen from either of these sides throughout this series, but good to see a few different bowlers taking to the crease for Italia Nord. So at the halfway stage then, it's a tough task here for Italia Nord. They need 113 runs, but they need it in double quick time. They need it in 7 overs if they want to claim the bonus point and keep this series alive. As for Italia Sud, they've got the runs on the board now, and they'll be eyeing up that shiny trophy. They're just 60 balls away from lifting it. So join me, Tina Goff, for the conclusion of this ECS-W in Bologna. It's the second half of match 4, and the run chase on the European Cricket Network is coming in just a few minutes.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, 1xBet and Victorinox.
Hello and welcome back to the final time to Bologna and the conclusion of this ECS-W between Italia Nord and Italia Sud. We're into match 4 and at the halfway stage. Italia Sud put on an imposing total of 112 for 3. And this is the all-important equation. So because of the bonus point win that Italia Sud had this morning, Italia Nord needs to chase down this total in 7 overs or less if they want to take the bonus point and take this series to, well, equal points and then to net run rate. So I'm hoping that we've got the calculators at the ready if that does happen, but you imagine it's a tough task here for the Italia Nord side to not only chase the biggest total we've seen so far in this series, but to do it in just 7 overs. It'll be Emma Moore who's careering out there into the middle. She's ready and raring to go. And she will be joined by Sadali, which is an interesting move. I thought maybe Kumadu might go out into the middle because she is the one that has showed the most batting firepower. But they've stayed with their tried and tested openers. And Emma Moore, she's shown that she can hit a boundary or two as well. And she needs to do it from the offset today. And you can see with ball in hand is Amanda Potgieter doing a few stretches. I think this has been an intense few days for her and the whole of her side and Italia Nord. It's not easy playing back-to-back games, even if they are T10s. Everyone says, oh, it's T10, it can't be that tiring. Well, it is. And mentally draining as well for these two sides, as there's a lot at stake here between teams that know a lot about each other. They usually play on the same side, but they're both vying for just the one trophy here today. Emma gets her side off the mark with a single. And there's not too many times that she'll be able to miss out on hitting the ball to the boundary. There's 112 needed in 59 to win, but just to reiterate, they need that bonus point to level the points tally. This time just a single off the bat of Sadali. Wow, that's a come off nowhere. That's just flown off the pitch. It's one for the over, which you don't see on too many occasions in women's cricket, and that might have even been a wide actually. As Amanda threw up a little hand of apology and said what exactly went on there, because it certainly wasn't intentional, as this time it's flashed away to the offside. And I wouldn't say there's demons in this pitch, but there's certainly a few spots where it just absolutely careers off the pitch, as was the case there. Doesn't do any damage to anyone. I think Amanda can be pretty pleased with the fact that she did manage to get such a vicious bouncer that she gets one for the over. Thanks to Vinny, Mr. Maximo in the chat. I knew he would come up with the goods, and he's confirmed that to have any chance of winning this series, and in fact, well, to win this series, Italia Nord need to chase down this total in 5.3 overs, which is a tough ask given that the total is up at a mammoth 113 for the win. Even getting that losing bonus point 79 seems like a long way away. And something else that's a long way away is our last golden ball. 68 matches since a previous golden ball, and it feels like I've lost my golden touch. This will be the first series where I haven't had a golden ball finish, so I think The only thing that it calls for is 2 golden balls in Malta. So that's my hope. But you never know. We could have a golden ball here. Of course, we're talking about, well, the 5.3 overs needed for the victory. But if Italia Nord chase down 112 after 10, take it to the golden ball, I think they can still be happy with that effort. Amanda will be happy with her first over, going for just 4 singles. And Nemesha will open with the second over. And she'll start with a wicket. And the finger goes up from Nemesha. Doesn't have to go up from the umpire, as there is the comprehensive proof with all 3 stumps splattered on the ground. And it's another early wicket for Italia Zud as they inch ever closer to that victory. Good to see, sadly. She walks off the pitch, but she still has time to give a fist pump to her international teammate, Nemesha. Showing again more grace than I probably would show. If I got given a little bit of a send-off, I probably wouldn't give the bowler a fist pump, but it's all fair here. And sadly, she just has to say, yeah, that was a good delivery, I'll take that one. She departs for 2 off 4. Nemesha just floated that one up, almost a classic Yorker, and gets the high fives from her teammates. Gets the full-blown hug as well from Gayatri. The new batter is Kumadu, so I was asking for her to open. In the end, she does come in after just 7 deliveries, but she's got an even tougher task now, as Vinny graciously pointed out in the comments. 5.3 overs is the magic number for Italia Nord. If this game goes to the 4th ball of the 6th over, then Italia Zud will take home that glorious ECS trophy. Halfway through the second, that one's crunched away. It's a lovely shot by Emma. She's shown flashes of brilliance over the last few days with the bat and with ball, actually, and in the field, as she took that great diving catch, sliding away to her right to dismiss Methnara. On this occasion, though, just crunches it through the covers for 4 runs. It gets a nod of approval from Kumadu there. That's a good comeback ball there from Nemesha, who hasn't featured too much on the network. She's a bit in and out of the Italian side. Did pick up 3 wickets in her 9 matches before this series, and her best was 1 for 4 against Sweden. But she's certainly thrown her name into the ring here with this great over so far, picking up that all-important early wicket of Sadali. It's the final ball of the second coming up. As well bowled again. They do manage to scamper through for 1, but singles are nowhere near enough for the Italia Nord side, as time is ticking away for them. That's the end of the second, 10 runs on the board. But that means, well, the actual equation is 103 off 48 for the win, but they need 113 off 3.3 overs if they actually want to take the win in the series, and that's because of the standings as they are so far. Italia Zud, with that big 4-point win this morning, means that they have a healthy gap to the Nord side, and they also have a healthy run rate. It looks like it will be 1 step too many for Italia Nord, but they'll at least want to come out of this game with some pride, and maybe they're eyeing up that 79 mark as well, just to get a point on the board and to finish with a flourish. It looks like Amanda Potgieter will finish out her second over from the start here. Swing and a miss from Emma. Well, I think Italia Nord just have to put the various equations and permutations out of their minds here and just bat. And if they get anywhere close, then that can be a little win for them, as that one's flashed away into the covers by Emma. It's not too often you get to play a game like this, which in the grand scheme of things, given that some of these players play internationally, this game has not too much riding on it. Of course, there is that glorious ECS trophy, which I'll show you after the game. But they have a chance here just to bat for a bit of time and see if they can hit themselves into a bit of form for the tasks that lie ahead for them. Of course, one of the main tasks that they have ahead this year is the 2025 Women's T20 World Cup Qualifier Europe Division 2. It's a bit of a mouthful. That one's hit away over the covers, and it'll be a chase on here for Nethmi. Does well though, launches that one in. There's a chance of a run out, but it's a great dive put in by Emma. I think she's safe here thanks to the dive. The umpire shakes his head. Worth taking another look though. As well, you can see, despite the fact that this game is ebbing away from Italia Nord, they're absolutely throwing their bodies on the line. And a great dive coming in here from Emma, and in fact, I think the dive saved her here, as Methnara took that one cleanly, threw it onto the stumps, but the big old dive from Emma, and then the pleading look to the umpire, who, thankfully for her, shook his head. Well bowled from Amanda. So the Europe qualifier at the end of May, which Italy will be hosting as well, sees Germany, Isle of Man, Italy, Jersey, Spain and Sweden face up for just the two top spots. It's a round robin, and the top two will go through to Division 1 with Ireland and the Netherlands, which will take place at the end of August in the Netherlands. And of course, Italy will have their eye on the ECS-W, the new and expanded and bigger than ever ECS-W happening at the end of the year, back at spiritual home at the Cartama Oval. And they suffered relegation from the Premier Division at the end of last year, so they'll be going back into the Challenger Division, but they'll be going there as some of the favourites, and this T10 action here I'm sure will put them in good stead for that competition, but still a good few months away. I don't want to skip forward to December when we've still got the whole of summer to look forward to. At the end of the power play then, Italia Nord 14 for 1. It's a great second over from Amanda Potke. To her 2 overs went for just 8 runs. 4 apiece in the 2. Kumadu here has only faced 3 deliveries, and we'll want to find the rope a few times here. The bowling, I must say, has been good from Italia Zud. It's Nimesha who will come back for her second over. Her first went for 6 runs. She also picked up that all-important wicket. Good lines bowled here by Nimesha. Not giving Emma much width at all. Not anything full Emma likes to crunch down the ground. This time though, just slightly back of a length, and Emma doesn't really know whether to come or go. In the end, it goes sailing through to the gloves of Methnara. Of course, we're into the final innings as well, so send in any random questions you might have. Any Easter-based questions, let me know what you're enjoying doing on this Easter Sunday. Hopefully you're tucking into some Easter eggs. The Italians love their Easter as well. Went to the supermarket the other day and absolutely bombarded with Italian Easter treats. And got myself a big old Easter egg from Italy. But it's in this extravagant plastic wrapping as well, so I have no idea how I'm going to get it through airport security. Hopefully it makes its way back to Germany still in one piece. That's a good excuse though, if it does break, to have a little snack on the plane. But I hope wherever you are enjoying the cricket here on this Easter Sunday. And of course the action, well, it stops here, but it doesn't stop on the European Cricket Network, as we're well into the cricket over in France. The final day of ECIs between France and Sweden's men's sides. Big swing, and it goes onto the stumps as Kumadu Pedrick goes for one big hit too many. Gets hit back on the arm where she got hit flush earlier in the day, so it's double trouble for Pedrick. And it's a second wicket for Nimesha, who's got a big old smile on her face, gets a big smacker on the cheek from her teammate, and celebrations all round from Italia Sud as they know they're just a few wickets away from victory. It's good to see though, Nimesha getting a bit carried away from the celebration, still manages to go up to Kumudu and give her a bit of a high five on the way out. So Kumudu, who's been a bit of a star for Italia Nord, doesn't manage to shine today. She departs for 5 off 6. And this one seemed to just take a bit of the arm on the way down. It did. Kumudu just far too early on the shot, but good to see there as Nimesha goes to see that Kumudu maybe is okay from that glancing blow. Bit of dirty dancing happening there between Nimesha and Nwangi. But it is the second wicket to 4 in Italia Nord now. 18 for 2, still 1 ball left of the 4th. The new batter facing up here. Again, it just flicks through and there's a big appeal and it's given. And it's 2 in 2, and that's a vicious delivery there from Nimesha. I don't think she quite intended to get so much bounce on that delivery, but it did for the new batter Janani Tamatiagi, and well, it was a tough delivery to face any part of your innings, let alone first ball. It was just on a length and it just spat up, and in fact Janani did well to get anything on that. It just glanced the bat on the way through. Nice take by Methnara behind the stumps, and it's good to see Janani still with a smile on her face. She gets a consolation pat on the back from her friend Nimesha. That's 2 wickets in 2 balls. Unfortunately for Nimesha, she won't be able to have a chance at the hat-trick. That was the final ball of her spell, but she finishes with excellent figures of 3 for 10 off her 2 overs. And Italia Nord now, well, it's almost curtains for them as they're 18 for 3 at the end of the 4th. Into the 5th over here, and it's Pasindi who's joined Emma out in the middle. Emma will just knock that one away for a single. It's Nethmi who's come on to bowl. So it's good to see, I suppose it's better late than never, that Italia Sud are throwing the ball to different bowlers here. They know that this game is wrapped up with still 6 overs to spare, so it gives a few of the new bowlers a chance to have a go. Nethmi, the 16-year-old, she's been bouncing around the pitch the last few days, and she does get her chance to bowl now. Crew asking when the Easter egg hunt is taking place. I haven't found any Easter eggs so far. I will keep my eye out. I did have an egg at breakfast, but that doesn't really count. I have noticed, and maybe someone can do some research for me, that I think it's an Italian tradition. I've seen it also in Portugal, that for Easter they bake this bread where there's boiled eggs with the shell on, somehow baked into the pastry. And I think you don't eat the eggs. I don't know if it's bad luck or the Easter bunny won't return next year or whatever it is, but there's some kind of bread tradition in Italy, because it was at the hotel buffet breakfast yesterday, and it looked like, I don't want to offend anyone, it looked like a bit of a monstrosity with boiled eggs kind of wrapped around the dough. I'm sure it tasted better than it looked. Just managed to run through for 2 on that occasion. Good fielding out there by Gayatri. Bit of fancy footwork. Gets the throw in as Emma and Methnara almost collide. And that's going to be out as Emma goes for a big swing. She's been out there from the start. Managed to collect 14 runs, but on her 17th delivery, she falls. It's a wicket for Nethmi. You can see how happy she is with that one as Methnara does the work behind the stumps. It's well bowled, just tosses it up, does Nethmi, and first she's aghast that it doesn't hit the stumps, but Methnara does the work there. The finger of doom goes up. And look at that. It's a lovely moment, a hug between Emma and Nethmi as the two youngsters embrace. They know, well, they may be teammates for a long time to come. The two 16-year-olds, they'll probably enjoy being back on the same side sooner rather than later. But look at this. Handshake and love all round from the two Italians. That's lovely to see. It looks like the new batter will be Nalini. That's me the final ball of the fifth. Big appeal, but nothing doing there from the umpire. More of hope than expectation. At the halfway stage, Italia Nord 23 for 4. And we did work out the calculations then. 5.3 overs was the total that they had to chase down this target in. And well, they're certainly not going to make that with the remaining 3 balls. But there's a lot remaining on the calendar as well, as the France series is happening in parallel to this one as we go into the final 5 overs here. They're just about in the second game over in France. It's hard to keep concentrating on all these things at once, but hopefully you have 2 screens up, and then we can move over to Malta. Looking forward to that. And Belgium, the night series, it's Filji after dark, taking you through that one. Czechia also on the calendar with some T20I action coming your way from Czechia, and then we've only got that at the calendar till, what was that, early May? So there's so much action coming to you this year on the European Cricket Network, as the action here slowly draws to a conclusion. Nalini on strike, and Delisha has brought herself on. She's maybe on a wicket hunt here as she appeals on that occasion. Umpire says no. Let's take a look at this one. Yeah, I think height is the issue there. It's always actually quite difficult when it's a slower bowler, because the benefit of the doubt, of course, goes to the batter that will bounce over the stumps. But it wouldn't have surprised me actually if that one might have dropped onto the stumps. But it's always easy to say with a few replays and slow motion angles. Definitely the right call to go the way of the batter there. Delisha, she's someone else who's certainly in the hunt for the MVP trophy. Picked up wickets, led her Zood side to what is now confirmed as the victory as we pass 5.3 overs, and of course scored runs. So it'll be interesting which way that decision falls, but still a few overs to be played here as Amanda bowls that one in underarm, going for the run out. But Delisha ends up on the floor, and Pasindi manages to get home safely. Good commitment there from Delisha, and then goes the other way, diving right, then diving left. Almost gets a face full of bat for her troubles. Big swing there from Nalini. Just manages to knock into the leg side for a single. This time gets better contact on it, and it's going to roll away for a 4. That's a lovely shot off the bat of Pasindi. As a much needed boundary for the Italian Nord side. As it's the first boundary, in fact, since the second over. It's only the second boundary of the innings. 4 wickets have fallen, so you can see why Italia Nord are really just struggling along now. As we take a look at the scorecard at the end of the 6th, 31 for 4. It's been a tight bowling performance once again by the Italia Zood side. Just 2 wides in the 6th overs bowled so far. I think Nord have just lacked a little bit of firepower in the batting innings. Of course, Kumadu has shown it on several occasions, and Emma Moore has shown flashes of it. As this one goes up in the air, it's a chance for a catch. Nimesha is under it, and it's a good grab by her. She's chuffed with that take, as that's another wicket to fall for Italia Nord. 31 for 5 now. So it's a good effort there from Nalini to try and accelerate the run rate, but manages to just chip it up in the air. It's a nice catch in the outfield there. Nimesha almost tumbles backwards, but manages to hold on. Italia Nord certainly missing Alexia Kontaparakis in this lineup. I heard that she's also done herself a bit of mischief to her knee, so hopefully that's nothing bad for her. We also saw Luana Sims go down with an injury, so best wishes to both of those players. They all have bigger tournaments coming up where they certainly need all of their strong players to be fighting fit. And that's why Italia Nord just found themselves a little short of where they should have been with their batting firepower. Kumadu Pedrick, when she departed for just 5, that seemed like the death knell for this Italia Nord innings. This has been a great little spell from Nethmi. Commentator's curse there with the wide, but before that, she'd be going 2 for 5 in her 8 balls so far. Picked up the wicket of Emma Moore, and then also just now Nalini added to her scalps. The wicket taking has been shared around between a good number of players so far. There hasn't been one player that has really had outstanding figures. I don't think we've had anything more than a twofer. But before this game, both Tishani and Elisha had 3 wickets. And Elisha's still got an over left, so maybe with her MVP hat on, she might bring herself back onto bowl, see if she can pick up another wicket and put her name firmly in contention. Still 3 overs left to bowl after this one, but it'll be good to see actually a few different bowlers have a go as well with this game. Well, all but wrapped up. You can see the equation there at the bottom. 46 needed off 20, now 45 off 19, but that's just for a point. And that's not going to be enough to secure the win. So we already know that Italia Sud confirmed winners of this series. So for Italia Nord, it's about pride now, by trying to get a few more runs on the board and trying to bat themselves into a bit of form, into a bit of confidence with the series and the competitions they've got coming up this summer. A good end to the over for Nethmi as she finishes her 2 overs with figures of 2 for 8. A great return for the 16-year-old. She's certainly one to look out for in the future. Probably not the too distant future with the performances she's putting in, and in the not too distant future, i.e. now, we have over on a different live stream the second and final day of international action. ECIs between France and Sweden. It was all square going into the games this morning, which meant that, well, up until match 6, it will certainly be all to play for. It's Danny and Rico taking you through the action there, as Rico hot-footed it to France from Bologna yesterday. It's good to hear that he's arrived safely and is taking you through the thrilling action there. And of course, it doesn't stop there, Indra, as the ECIs come to a conclusion today, but then we move straight into a full programme of ECSs starting tomorrow morning. And Elisha has brought herself back on for her second and final over on the wicket hunt here. up a wicket in her first over, went for 8 runs. Left-handed Daniela back on strike here. It'd be good to see her score a few runs as the field moves around for the left-hander. She has played for Italy in the past, back before actually Italy was playing official T20Is. Of course, a lot of these sides have been in existence before they got official ICC accreditation, whatever you might call it. And I know she was playing for Italy back in 2014, so she's been in and around the game for a long time. It's great to see her out there playing now. And up against one of the current crop of the Italian national side in Delisha. She just knocked that one away for a single into the offside. A big jump down the wicket by Pasindi, and I think she might be in trouble here as it's cleanly taken by Methnara, as is always the case behind the stumps. Grabs it and go back a little one frame, and I think actually Pasindi does well. It was such a big swing that she was able to put her bat back down before Methnara was able to whip the bails off. So a big 360 there from Pasindi. You can see, well, it wasn't much of an appeal actually from Methnara. She's got a good eye for these things. You could see in that first game where she hardly appealed for one that was almost a frame-by-frame catch. And that one's been pummeled down the ground. And I think Amanda was taken a bit off guard there at mid-on as Pasindi crunched that one right off the middle of the bat. And you can see a bit on the back foot there. The fielder at mid-on goes away for 4. A nice little flourish there from Italia Nord to finish the 8th over. So Delisha will go wicketless in this game, but it's still been a great tournament for her with both bat and ball. And of course, skippering her side to victory in this ECS-W, but on this occasion she finishes with figures of 0 for 14. As we look at the worm, and really the Italia Nord innings has never got going. That run rate has never crept up above 5. It's bang on 5 at the moment. But you can see that even for a bonus point, which is too little too late now, Italia Nord would need 39 off 12. But they just want to finish these last 2 overs with a bit of pride, get one over on their teammates, just even by getting a boundary. They'll have a bit of bragging rights. That one's played nicely through the covers by Daniela. It will just be a single as Gayatri comes on for her first ball of this game. A word for Pasindi as well, who's captained the Italia Nord side. She's done a fair bit of batting and bowling. Still only 19 herself. You could call her maybe one of the more experienced players in this side, just by virtue of the fact that she's been in and around the Italian national side for a good while now. Made her debut in T20Is back in 2021, just when she was 15 years old. So she's got a lot of experience under her belt, but still worth remembering. She's a teenager and she's been able to guide her team valiantly. They will fall short of the series title, but it's been a great effort from her and her team. punched away nicely by Pasindi. The chase is on here. There's a good bit of footwork there in the end by Delisha, who might even get a run rate for a run out for her troubles, but poor Gayatri just can't gather the ball and her arms and legs in the right place to knock down the stumps. But you can see, not too upset there, the Italia Sud side, as they know they are just a handful of balls away from being able to lift the trophy. And there's a bit of a slow motion fall there from Gayatri, and meanwhile the dive was put in by Daniela. They do manage to come through for 2. That one's chipped down the ground again. This time Amanda a bit more alert to it. That's a good finish to the over by Gayatri. In fact, yeah, that is the end of the over as the scorers just catch up. And the end of the 9th, Italia Nord then 47 for 5. As we take a look at the bowlers, and again they'll have to turn to a 6th and new bowler, as Gayatri just bowled her first over then, so she can't bowl the 10th. Everyone else has bowled out, and it looks like they will turn to, I think that's Novia Tandon. Alright, is it her? Or is she selling us the dummy? No, it is her. She's just collecting the ball from the middle of the pitch. So she will have her first ball of the series, and also her last one as we go into the final over of the series. It's tossed up by Tandon and almost gets a wicket straight away, as the fielder tumbles away to try and catch that, doesn't get close to it in the end. So with just a few balls left, it's worth giving a big shout out to everyone here in Bologna that made this series and of course the ECS possible, and first and foremost the helpers that we've had here from the local club, Bologna CC. They've done an incredible job in what was very trying circumstances with the weather we've had to put these games on. They were here way beyond any of the players or the crew were here just to try and get this outfield playable. And it's often the unsung heroes that we need to remember, because you don't see them on camera, you don't see them out there getting the glory with the bat or the ball, but they have done an incredible amount of work to make sure that the players out there and the umpires and all of you back home can enjoy this cricket. So a shout out to them. And that goes, of course, for all of the helpers across Europe, the hosts of all of the series we put on. It can't go on without your hard work behind the scenes. It is very much appreciated, as that one gets hit away. It's a chance for a catch. And Nimisha, she comes in off the boundary, but just manages to tip it over the bar. And Pasindi does want to try and finish this innings with a flourish, as the captain of Italia Nord finds the rope. And again, it was one of those where Nimisha, she sees the ball and she comes tearing in, just so eager to take the catch. But in her eagerness, she runs underneath it and only manages to get fingertips on it. All the 5s, 55 for 5, 2 balls left. Pasindi goes again, but I think on this occasion, it's one too many, as Methnara whips the bails off. Congratulations to Novia Tandon, as she picks up her first wicket on the network. And I think she's only just realised, as it was closer than I thought originally, but Pasindi didn't get her bat down, and even when she got it down, it was the wrong side of the line, because she did dance down the pitch. And it was given out by Tashani at point, and it was given out on the opposite side of the pitch by the umpire as well. So Pasindi has to go, but a nice knock from her. The losing captain put up a bit of resistance there, scored 23 off 15, but it was not quite enough. Gets a tap on the head from her counterpart, Delisha, the captain of Italia Sud, who of course will be the winning captain, will be lifting the trophy in just a few moments' time. As we watch the final ball, and there's a chance for another run out. Methnara doesn't manage to take it cleanly. So Italia Nord will get a final single on the board. They finish up on 56 for 6, so it's a thumping victory for Italia Sud. In fact, Italia Nord got exactly half of the total of Italia Sud, so Sud win by 56 runs. Win this game, and congratulations to them as they win this ECS-W Italy I'd say, rightful winners in the end. They won 3 out of the 4 matches. We thought maybe it would go down to a final game qualifier, but in the end, I think it was the batting firepower of Italia Sud and the tight lines that they bowled that meant they were just a bit too strong for their northern counterparts. But you can see all huddling in the middle and all friends in the end, because after this, the rivalries will be put aside once more and they will end up more often than not on the same teams as they look ahead to playing for Italy on the national stage and the international stage. And you can look ahead to the award ceremony that's coming up in just a few moments' time, where we will be presenting that coveted ECS-W trophy and the MVP trophy, of course. There's a few contenders, I think, a few standout performances, so stay tuned to see who will win that one as we take a look at the highlights. And it was an innings that never really got going for Italia Nord, as we knew it would be an uphill struggle for them chasing down this mammoth total, and it was 5.3 overs that they actually had to win the game and win the series, and that we knew really that was always going to be a step too far. But it was not for a want of trying for Italia Nord, as Emma Moore, you can see she put her body and soul on the line there with that big old dive, kept her in play. As for Kumadu though, didn't quite repeat the heroics of match 1 as she fell to Nimesha. That was one of 3 wickets that Nimesha picked up, so she finishes with the best bowling figures of the series, and that one just nicked behind. That was the 2nd wicket for Nimesha Methnara with the nice hands behind the stumps. And Methnara actually put in a quietly solid performance as she was quick with the gloves behind the stumps, and that was the end of the next batter, Emma Moore, there with the stumping. But it was friends all round. A few big hits though, as Pasindi came in, the captain. She top scored for her side with 23 off 15, 1 huge 6 and 2 4s, but that was the end of the next batter. Nalini was caught there by Nimesha, who couldn't keep her out of the game with her 3 wickets and 1 catch. Certainly a contender for player of the game. But Pasindi, she was not going to go down without a fight. In the end though, it was Methnara who whipped her bails off, and high fives between the 2 captains. Lovely to see how much of a good spirit this whole series has been played in. But it's Italia Sud who take the spoils as they win, and big high fives, tall high fives on offer there from Nethmi. As well, it's been great to see just the exuberance and the joy on everyone's faces as they've really enjoyed this series, and as have I, as it's been a great series. Just the 4 games, but every single one has been thoroughly enjoyable. As we take a look at the batting scorecard, and it just was a bit of a sorry sight at the top of the order. Emma Moore was the only one that put up resistance until she was joined by captain Pasindi, and she top scored with 23 off 15. Otherwise then a nice little partnership towards the end, as Daniela also managed to stay unbeaten. Taking a look at the bowlers then, it was good to see Novia Tandon come on for the final over, 9 runs, and of course picking up that wicket, her first wicket on the network, so congratulations to her. But it's been a tight bowling performance throughout the whole series for Italia Sud. Just the 4 extras bowled, all 4 of them were wides, but that's why they were able to claim this game and also claim the series. 112 on the board. We knew from the very beginning that would be a tough task for Italia Nord to chase down in 10 overs, let alone 7 for the bonus point, let alone 5.3 for what would have been the series win. In the end, they manage 56 for 6, and that is why Italia Sud end up winning the game by 56 runs, and they take the series. And you can see there the preparations are getting underway for the opening, so the closing ceremony, the award ceremony, as you join me for the final time in the commentary booth. I did say I would give you a sneak preview of the trophy. I just want to show you what was on offer. So I know we've been saying all series that it's been a bit of a friendly tournament between teammates that occur usually otherwise on the same side of the team, but this time there's a trophy to play for, there's a bit of pride, there's some national performances on the line as well. And I think a few players will certainly be very happy with their performances. We'll see who gets the MVP trophy in just a few moments' time. But before that, maybe we can take a look at what's still to come on the network as well. Of course, it's the final day here in Bologna, but stick around because the action is still ongoing in the ECIs, and come back tomorrow as well where we have the first day of the European Cricket Series in France. The first match, Royal 94 against Mitri, before 4 other matches to sink your teeth into on Easter Monday, alongside all of those Easter eggs, which I'm sure you will be enjoying. So I'll be enjoying a few days off before I see you back in Malta, but I'll certainly be tuning in to those games as well. And in the meantime, I think it's worth saying a big thank you to all the viewers who have been watching, and of course all the organisers, to our sponsors. I'll give them, of course, a shout out in the award ceremony. So for now, I'll leave you with some of the highlights, and then stay tuned for the award ceremony, where of course Italia Zood will be lifting that glorious trophy, and we'll find out who's MVP. So don't go away, but in the meantime, here are some highlights. Hello and welcome back to the award ceremony at the end of what's been a fabulous 2 days of cricket here in Bologna. It's the ECS-W and we're looking forward to presenting the trophy. But first of all, let's give a round of applause to the two teams. But before we get on to the teams and maybe a few standout performances, there's a few shout outs that we have to give. First and foremost to our sponsors, to 1xBet, to Rado, to Victorinox, to Bizaway who got us here in the plains, and of course to HCL Software. Without their support, none of this would be possible. So thank you to our sponsors. I think maybe the players themselves deserve to have a round of applause, but we'll get to that. First, we want to say thank you to everyone who's been working behind the scenes. Some of you guys might not have seen just how much rain fell over the last few days, and it's a miracle that we've even been able to get full days of cricket on, and that's thanks to the local organisers, Bologna CC, and of course the Blue Crew, who've been doing tireless work. We've been doing it with buckets and spades. We've been using everything possible to try and get the cricket on. So a round of applause to them, and of course the umpires, the scorers, and the Blue Crew. Thank you very much. And the final one before we get onto the teams, firstly to Cricket Italia as well for putting this show on and for letting us use your players on the network, and also to Two Circles, the camera crew. It's not easy being up there. Marta Maria is currently up there. You can give her a wave because it's amazing performances they put in off the camera. So now we go to the performances, and we've had some great performances from both sides. It's important to remember that some of these players are playing some of their first hardball cricket games. We've got some experience in the lineups. We've also got some youth. I think we've got 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds, and it's been great to see such performances on show and such tight games. Of course, in the first two games, it was one apiece. We went in today to thinking that we might go down to the final game. It did go to the final game. Of course, there was that big bonus point win for Italia Sud this morning, which put you firmly in the driver's seat, but I knew that Italia Nord would come back fighting, and you fought until the very end. There was bodies on the line. I think the magic spray came out about 27 times, and I'm sure it worked its magic. So I want to give all the players a round of applause because you've put on a spectacle over the last 2 days. So before we go on to the MVP, I want to first turn to Italia Nord. And of course, you've come runners-up, so you haven't quite managed to go over the line, but there's been some tremendous performances. And I've just loved seeing the smile on all of your faces throughout these last 2 days. I know it's not been easy with the outfield, with the injuries, with things not quite going your way, but you've played with a tremendous spirit. I'm looking forward to playing probably against you at some point soon, but I'm maybe not looking forward to it because you are such a great team. But I want to invite your captain up to take the runners-up medal, and you've really thoroughly deserved it. Well done. Thank you. Thank you very much, Cindy. And before we go to the winners and the trophy lift, we do have one more trophy to give away, and that is the MVP trophy. And I wouldn't say there's been one standout performance. I think there's been many. So it was a difficult decision to make. I'm grateful it wasn't my decision. A few standout performances throughout the week were, for example, Kumadu, you basically got your team over the line in that first game with a tremendous batting performance. Amanda, you got runs and just that one diving catch as well. I'm sure we'll see that on social media. And Methnara, I know you didn't have the first day that you would have dreamed of. You ran yourself out without facing a ball. You had a ball in the face, but you managed to come back really well today as well. But there is only one person that could have been MVP, and she scored 90 runs. She picked up 3 wickets, and she was also the winning captain. So I'd like to invite forward Delisha to pick up the MVP trophy. So But Delisha, of course, won't go too far away as I invite Lorena forward from the Cricket Italia with the trophy, and I'm sure Delisha can get the medals as well at the same time. Take a step forward, Lorena, and we'll do the medals at the same time as well, because Delisha can pick both up at the same time. But just a word for Italia Zood first. It's been a tremendous performance from you, and just with Italia Nord, you've had smiles on your faces, probably because you've also been winning. But I think from day one, you lost that first game, but you came back so strong, and I know I'll see some of you on the field in the next couple of months, and maybe this is the start of a beautiful rivalry as well between Nord and Zood. It'll be great to see you competing in ECS-Ws for years to come. But congratulations on your win. I think it was a deserved win in the end. You won 3 games out of 4. You can't really say better than that. Well, 4-0 would have been better, but 3-1 is good enough. So I'd like to invite Delisha back forward to take the medals first, and then we'll take the trophy afterwards. If you'd like to hand the medals across to your teammates, and then maybe one by one teammates can get behind the Let's Play Cricket trophy, or the hoardings. And then we'll be ready for the big trophy lift. And what a big trophy it is as well. It's a glorious trophy. And of course, we want to say thank you to the sponsors that allowed us to have this trophy, because it was Local Lifestyles that provide these beautiful trophies. And I'm sure Italia Zood are looking forward to lifting this one high up in the air. It's been a thoroughly deserved win for them. And just a final word to you, the viewers, as well. I know you've stuck around. You might have had multiple screens on because we've had the series over in France as well. But thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for your support, as always. And well, as soon as we're done here, you can go over to the action in France. And of course, it continues tomorrow with the ECS over in France. But this is the final day in Bologna. And without further ado, we do want to make the trophy lift. And it will be Captain Delisha for Italia Zood who will lift the trophy. And it's Lorena, the president of Cricket Italia, who will do the honours. Well done, Delisha. Well done, Italia Zood. So that's it from us. Thank you very much. And Italia Zood, congratulations on a thoroughly deserved ECS. And join us next time where we're going to have amazing women's cricket action and men's cricket action here on the European Cricket Network. Well done. Well done.